Benden sonra sana vereceğim. Olur. Herkese günaydın değerli katılımcılar. Aynı zamanda çevrim içi olarak takip eden katılımcılara da hoş geldiniz demek istiyoruz. Meltem Ünlü Tokçuer ben. TÜBİTAK'ta çalışıyorum. Çerçeve Programları Müdürlüğü'nde 2007 yılından itibaren. Bugün sizlerle birlikte döngüsel ekonomi ve temiz sıfır kirlilik konusunda bir çalıştay yapacağız. Değerli uzmanlarımız özellikle 17 Ekim'de açılacak çağrılarımızla ilgili sizlere değerli bilgiler sunacaklar. Sonrasında çağrılardaki özel konularla ilgili de detaylı bilgi verecekler ve nasıl ortak bulunur, nasıl proje yazılır, dikkat edilmesi gereken hususlar nelerdir, bunlarla ilgili bilgiler sunacaklar. Çoğunuzla zaten tanışıyoruz. Aralarda da tekrar görüşebiliriz. Sorularınız olursa çok rahat bir şekilde bizlere, uzmanlarımıza sorabilirsiniz. Ben sözü Çağlan'a bırakacağım. Çağlan'la birlikte Küm6'da birlikte çalışıyoruz TÜBİTAK'ta. Buyurun.
Teşekkürler Meltem Hanım. Herkese merhabalar. Ben Çağla Köse. Yaklaşık 2 yıldır TÜBİTAK'ta Meltem Hanım'la birlikte Küm6 çevre alanında çalışmaktayım. Bugün sizleri burada görmekten çok mutluyuz. Bizim küme yapılarında özellikle böyle FGT'ler, odak grup eğitimleri çok önemli ve hem bizim için hem sizler için büyük fayda sağlıyor. Yabancı uzmanlarımız değerli katkılarını sunuyorlar. Siz onlara soru sorma fırsatı buluyorsunuz. Biz 2 gün boyunca burada aktif bir şekilde sizlere destek olmaya çalışacağız. O yüzden lütfen elinizden geldiğince aktif katılım sağlamaya çalışın. Çünkü bu kapalı bir gruba yönelik yapılmıştı. Şu an online erişim de var. Dışarıdan da katılımcılarımız dinleyebilecekler. Ama burada yerinde sorularınızı çok daha aktif bir şekilde bizlere yöneltmeniz sizin için daha faydalı olacaktır diye düşünüyorum. Bugünü mümkün kalan Turkey'in Horizon 2020 projesi ekibine teşekkür etmek istiyoruz. Kemal Bey, Selin Hanım gerçekten büyük bir çaba gösterdiler. Onlara teşekkür ediyoruz. Aynı zamanda yabancı uzmanlarımız Odysseas ve Nicholas her zaman bize çok büyük destek veriyorlar ve çok değerli bilgiler paylaşıyorlar. Şimdi ben sözü kendisine bırakıyorum. Umarım faydalı bir etkinlik olur. Çok teşekkür ederiz geldiğiniz için. Now I give the floor our training expert Odysseas Spiroğlu. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Çağla. Nice to see all of you here today. It's been some time since we had the last event in Ankara. It was before summer, so I hope you enjoyed your summer. We have a full day today of training on Cluster 6. It's me, Nicolas, and Flavia. Unfortunately, Flavia won't be here. She will be delivering the presentations online, but we will be here and we will assist her and help you clarify all your questions. I have a very short presentation on the project in case move it. Okay. Okay, the clicker, thank you. So just to remind you what we are doing and who we are, this is our team of experts. Nicolas, me is here, Kemal, Celine is also here. We started back in 2019 with Horizon 2020. Actually, we started in 16 because we were here for the previous project as well. And of course, the key objectives, don't read this, is basically to help you participate in more proposals under Horizon Europe. Not only participate, but also coordinate. And we have some tools to do that. Of course, events such as this one, the training events. We have the networking events, and on that I would like to announce that we have a brokerage event in November in Brussels, November 16. It is already announced. The registrations are open. You can benefit from TÜBİTAK's funds to come to Brussels and present your idea, try to build a consortium. The event will be about the Green Deal. So the scope is very big. It's very relevant to your areas of interest. And I believe it will be an excellent opportunity for you to build your network. Other than that, we have a number of tools. The most important tool that you will need is the help desk. In the help desk, you will find all the training materials that we have so far, including this one. So presentations, templates, notes from our trainings, and not only from this project, but also from the previous project. So if you are also running older projects, you will find some useful information then even from for Horizon 2020. Finally, we have a YouTube channel where you will find all the recordings of our presentations. After COVID, almost all our presentations are hybrid, which means that we have the audience here, but we also have, we're also streaming the event. So we are recording it, and you will be able to see it again. And some key figures from Turkey. This is from Horizon Dashboard. It is an excellent tool for you to use to identify the trends, to identify how competitive some calls are, to see who are the basic players in the fields. And if you haven't watched any presentation on the dashboard, we have some in the help desk, recordings as well. And I would urge you to go and have a look at these tools because they are very helpful during the proposal preparation phase. And that's all. Let me say a few things about the agenda. We start today with Flavia, and she will talk about the intelligence behind the Cluster 6 Circular Economy and Zero Pollution 2024 topic. So we are focusing, of course, in 2024 calls. So we'll have an overview of the calls. We'll have a break, and then we will continue on how to write an application. We'll take one section after the other. Flavia will give us the more specific subject matter aspects of Cluster 6. But me and Nicolas will be here, of course, to assist and give you some extra advice, some extra insights on what to, where to focus and where to be careful when you are writing a proposal. Tomorrow we have a more hands-on section, so we have, we will wrap up what we will present today. And then we will discuss what the next steps for you may be. And of course, we will have a workshop when you will work in groups with our instructions and our guidance and try to emulate the proposal process, mainly from the first step. So identifying a call, writing a concept note, communicating this concept note to other potential partners. So trying to put everything together. And that's all. I don't know if Flavia is already online, if she can. Okay, great. Glad to have you, Flavia. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry for not being in Ankara with you, but for family issues, this time was not possible. I hope next time, if there will be the chance, I will come to Ankara because I've never been in Turkey. So it's in my list of next travel for sure. May I start with my presentation, right? Okay, I think so. Let me know if you can see my screen. Yeah, okay. Just a second. Okay. So first of all, I would like to present myself because it's the first time that I join such a kind of event. I'm Flavia Lacolla. I'm from APRE, the Italian Agency for the Promotion of European Research, since 2017. I'm a project manager, project coordinator of the Cluster 3 Civil Security for Society National Contact Point Network of NCPs. I am national contact point for Cluster 3, Cluster 4, and Cluster 6. And this is the reason why I'm here today. I'm also expert trainer in the field of the gender dimension in Horizon Europe. And last but not least, I'm a mother of Roberta, and is the main reason why I'm in Rome now and not in Ankara with you, because he's only 1 year old. But anyway, as already announced, today I will spoke about the intelligence behind the Cluster 6 Circular Economy and Zero Pollution Calls of 2024. For each topic, I will give you a general overview of the topic. I will present you some players, some kind of organization to be involved into your proposals. I will give you the policy context, and finally, I will. I prepared some projects in the slide. About the already funded project in the same field of the specific topic that you can take as best practice or as a starting point for your work. So let's start. Okay, with the first destination, the circular economy and bioeconomy sectors. First of all, I would like to give you a policy background. As you know, there were major events such as the COVID pandemics and the war in Ukraine that had a great impact on the entire Horizon Europe work programs in all clusters. And these main challenges are reflected within the topics in many cases, especially in the policy at the policy level, but not only at the policy level. There are also other factors such as the job insecurity, the need to ensure strategic autonomy, and the disruption of global supply chain. To address this challenge, the circular economy is expected to achieve the following impact: an healthier planet, local good quality jobs, the new business and jobs opportunity, to make the supply chain more resilient, the social cohesion, less pollution, as you can imagine, and a more value from and for the entire EU industry. In this slide, you can see the main arguments that are within this destination. So the project that you will write, that you will create, will for sure address at least one of the topics you can see in this slide. Making products more sustainable, make more sustainable regulation in the EU, empower consumers and public buyers, or your proposal can be based on packaging, plastics, textiles, food, water, and so on and so forth. So the destination circular economy has in total 35 actions. Going deeply into the destination, in this slide you can see three, let's say, boxes. The first one, the policy context, the impact that come from the strategic plan. As you know, the strategic plan is the main policy background of the cluster, of each cluster. In the strategic plan, the European Commission set the main objectives that the European Commission wants to achieve. And each Horizon Europe cluster is linked to the strategic plan objectives. And finally, we have the main impact areas of this destination. The impact areas, as you know, regards the impact your project, your idea, your innovation will have on the society. As for the policy context, let's start with it. The circular economy destination is linked obviously to the European Green Deal, the Circular Economy Action Plan, the Biodiversity Strategy, the Bioeconomy Strategy, the Forest one, the Plastic Strategy, the Industrial and the Small and Medium Enterprises Strategy. The main impact that is related to the strategic plan into this destination regards the sustainable and circular management and use of natural resources, but also to the prevention and removal of pollution. It's also related to the bioeconomy, as you know, and it's related also to the primary production, forestry and bio-based bio-based systems. What about the impact areas? The main impact areas related to this destination are, first of all, the climate change mitigation and adaptation. As you know, the climate change is one of the most important topic that the European Commission deal with in a horizontal way within all clusters of Horizon Europe. Then enhancing ecosystem and biodiversity on land and in water, a resilient EU prepared for emerging threats, the inclusive growth and new job opportunities, and finally the industrial leadership in key and emerging technology that work for people. Now, this is the main overview of the destination, but as already said, I will present the policy context and the impact areas in details for each topic that we will explore. Going a step further into the destination examination, let's say, this is the expected impacts. First of all, the regional, rural, local, urban, and consumer-based transitions. As you will see, the Commission in many topics adopt this approach related to the regional, rural, and local context towards a sustainable, regenerative, inclusive, just and clean circular economy and bioeconomy. Special focus is to be paid to the most sensitive and vulnerable gas-intensive regions. We will see in details in some minutes for some specific topics. The second main impact regards the reduction of the use of primary non-renewable raw materials and greenhouse gases emissions and other kind of pollutants, and to increase the circular and bio-based practices in Europe. The third one regards the replace of fossil-based value chains, increasing circular bio-based systems. Then we will have the last three main impacts. The first one is related to the establishment of circular and bio-based systems based on sustainability, inclusiveness, zero pollution, etc. This is the main arguments that the European Commission use: the sustainability, the inclusiveness, etc. Then the European Commission focus on the multifunctionality and management of forests in Europe on the basis of the three pillars of sustainability: economic, environmental, and social sustainability. Finally, we have the focus on the blue biotechnology, so related to the marine sector and the freshwater biological resources. So let's start with the topic description. Let's start with the first one, Circ Bio 011, Circular Cities and Regions Initiative Project Development Assistance. This is a particular topic because it's related to the Circular Cities and Regions initiative. The policy context is mainly focused on the European Green Deal, the Circular Economy Action Plan 2020, and the Bioeconomy Strategy. The major aim, the major objective of this topic is to accelerate the transition to a sustainable, regenerative, inclusive, and just circular economy at local and regional scale. So, as already said, this is the main dimension in this topic, the local and regional scale. So in your proposal preparation, take into account this geographical dimension. As for the expected outcomes, we have the demonstration of bankable and investment-ready circular economy projects that will have a high degree of replicability. The replicability is an aspect that the European Commission usually stress because in general, within the framework program applications, a novelty, an innovation is convincible for the European Commission if it can be applicable in many countries. So not only in one specific countries, but in Europe and associated countries in general. Another expected outcomes is the rollout of innovative financing schemes at local and regional scale across Europe. As for the scope, the main stakeholders involved in this topic are the public-private project promoters. So you will address this kind. You will have to address this kind of stakeholders. Another important aspect is the development of their circular economy investment projects. You will have to take into account the technical, economic, and legal expertise with the feasibility studies, business plans, preparation of tendering procedures. And finally, you will have to provide tangible showcases that should trigger further market replication. So this topic is based on the replication, the market uptake. So it's not related specifically to research activities. For each topic, you will see that I will focus on specific aspect that you have to keep in mind for a good proposal. In this case, as the topic said, you have to foresee activities in collaboration with CCRI funded projects. And the project that will be financed will form a part of this pool of projects, specifically supporting this initiative of the European Commission, the Circular Cities Region initiatives. Proposals should ensure that all evidence, information, and project outcomes will be accessible through the platform that is the CCRI website. I put in this slide the hyperlink. So after the training, you can see the CCRI website is really complete. It contains all the projects funded under this initiative, all the documents related to the initiative itself. Finally, the proposed investment should be launched before the end of the project. So in the preparation of the proposal, you will have to work very well on the timeline in this case. About the relevant project to take into account, I put in this slide two main projects as sort of best practices. The first one in circular form is a concluded project that aims at the demonstration of a territorial cross-sectorial systemic solution for the circularity of high-performance plastics from diverse kind of application on the example of rigid polyurethane forms that are used as insulation in refrigerators. So it's really specific, but in general, in all the project I put for you in the slides as best practices, you should focus not specifically on the and not always on the specificity of the project, but you have to read about the methodology the project applies. In case you want to replicate some part of the methodology, or simply show to the European Commission that you have taken into account the previous projects. Because as you know, the European Commission in general has the following approach. The European Commission wants to see that you studied the context, the state of the art. We will see in details in the afternoon. They want to see that your idea is really innovative, and to be really innovative, you have to check that your idea has not been already explored by other projects. But anyway, we will talk about the proposal preparation in the afternoon. The second project I would like to present you is the Robin one, that is an ongoing project that will help EU countries, regions and cities to set up governance models capable of accelerating the transition to a circular economy. This project has been selected because of the territorial approach, so you can take into account this approach used by Robin project, examining the social, economic, environmental, spatial characteristic of each region that the project involved, and will ensure more tailored and effective outcomes. In the slide, as you can see, there is the link to the entire list of CCRI projects, because obviously I can't show you in the time we have together today all the successful project, because we have not sufficient time for each topic of the destinations. So in this case, but also in other cases, we will see after all. I leave you also the links for you to study. The second topic is
Flavia?
yeah.
Hi, this is Nikos. Shall we stop a little bit to make it a little bit more interactive and see whether there are any questions on that call?
Okay, so for each call
Yes,
okay.
maybe it's better,
Okay.
because otherwise if you keep on saying things, maybe we lose some focus. So is that okay with you?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. So, are there any questions on that call? Who is interested, first of all? Who is interested on that call? First of all, raise questions, raise hands before raising questions. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there is some interest. So, are there any questions regarding this call, first of all, that you have? Do we have the microphone? Do we have the microphone? So the lady here.
Thank you. I have a question related to, if we are dealing with the bioeconomy parts, can we choose a group and work on them and make application in a small group for different countries and try to explain how they are going to impact the bioeconomy? Could be a project or not, because you are also talking about like investment, creating a job. That should be must or not?
Yes, it should be one of the focus of the project, the investment related to the job creation. Because as mentioned in general in the destination objectives is one of the main objective of the European Commission. So my recommendation is to include also this aspect.
But
If possible.
indirectly, when you impact onto bioeconomy and also climate change by increasing the awareness of the people, applying some kind of, I don't know, things now, indirectly is going to help the world, but still should be some job creation, you say.
I don't know if I catch your
Oh,
point.
I'm saying that the project is related to the public.
Yeah.
Preparation of them through the bioeconomy and also climate change activities, but no job creation for that, because it is more social part of the project. If we focus on that, it is not going to be total of the what is expected by the European Union, you say that, right?
Maybe I can facilitate.
Yeah, but I was talking about...
If I can facilitate this. Can you, Flavia, go a little bit to the slide that you say keep in mind things? If you can, those, because
yes,
it's
just
quite
a
important.
second. Just a second. Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can. So you can go to the next one. Keep in mind.
This one.
Okay, yes. I think what is important here to understand, and then probably we'll answer your question, is some things that are you have outlined here 4 points under the keep in mind. So my suggestion is, if you don't mind, to go a little bit briefly, since there is interest from the audience, to discuss a little bit more those keep in mind prerequisites, and I will be a little bit more successful. You say that successful proposals, they need to be part of the CCRI, Circular Cities and Regions Initiatives, and actually it is expected to collaborate with the respective office on that. So my suggestion, my question is, how can you take advantage of that, first of all? How a proposal should show convincingly that collaborates with the CCRI office, how that is possible?
The proposals, the consortium should show that they foresee concrete activities in collaboration with the initiative. My recommendation is to see what the other projects in the CCRI initiative work in general. So which is the approach already used by these projects. In the website, there is the complete list of this project with the description, the methodology they use, the events, the specific activities they perform. So you can take it into account, this kind of initiative. And if the proposal will demonstrate the support to the public-private project promoters, the support in their circular economy investment projects, and so on and so forth, and the project will be financed, it will be included automatically in this kind of initiative. And obviously, I recommend to you to include a task, at least one task, on the based on the collaboration with the other CCRI project, to show to the European Commission that you foresee this kind of collaboration.
Okay, perfect. So I will have to be a little bit more specific on the question. You know, sometimes in some calls, there is strongly recommendation to collaborate with a joint research center. Now,
Yeah.
in this particular call, do you think that the CCRI office can participate as an associate partner, or this is not possible?
I think that is similar to the JRC approach. As you know, for instance, the JRC can be included as activity. No, you can see, you can say in the proposal, we will collaborate with the JRC.
And
After,
I know that some winning proposals, they managed to have the Joint Research Center office as an associate partner, with the condition that the Joint Research Center will not be involved at all in the proposal preparation. However, they had engaged them in as an associate partner. And I believe that if there are proposals that can engage similarly the CCRI office as an associate partner, to my view, they will have an advantage during the evaluation process. What is your view on that, and whether this is possible?
Yeah, in general, yes, the JRC or this kind of organization, and the same applies for the CCRI partners, can't enter in the proposal preparation.
Okay, thank you.
But later on, they will join. They can join the activities foreseen after the award of the project. So if the project will be financed, there will be a sort of negotiation phase between the coordinator and this kind of external actors, in which.
Is there any official way to show that there is already some kind of collaboration with the CCRI office, or you just mention, and then if the proposal is accepted, you expect to...
You have to just mention, because as you know, in Horizon 2020, there were the letter of commitment, no? Yes. That you can include as annexes. Now it's not possible, so you can only mention
it, or it's possible to involve them as associate partners.
Yeah, no.
Yeah? Is it possible to involve them as an associate partner? The CCRI?
Later on.
Later on, okay. Okay. We will have some questions from the audience, but before going through that, I just want one more clarification. If you have some suggested investments that should ideally launch before the end of the project, what kind of investments you believe should be quite attractive?
It can be the sort of cascading grants, so you can foresee some
assistance to third parties. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you launch your own open calls.
Exactly. Yes, you have
your open calls and invite third parties to come out with some innovative ideas to support the Circular Cities and Regions initiative. And
so in the proposal preparation, in the budget preparation, you should dedicate a budget for this kind of activity.
Okay. And my last question before giving the floor to the audience, you have very well highlighted 2 projects, and you have already a list of similar CCRI projects. You said also that it's very important to see how the methodology, the approach, the profile of the consortium, what kind of regions they supported, and etc. And I think that's very useful. Now, if we're going to suggest a new project, what kind of knowledge we need to take out of that list? Shall we target some cities and regions that are not part of the initiative yet, or shall we try to enhance existing cities and regions? What is your opinion on that?
In my opinion, it depends on how the previous project have already worked in this local environment, in this region. If they already explored all the activities, all the possibilities of the local and region and cities, you should dedicate your activity to other regions, to other countries. If you see that the project stop at a certain point and leaving some activities open, you can take the possibility to address the activities that the project already financed doesn't touch in some way.
Perfect. So as a starting point, you need to have a thorough investigation of the existing CCRI projects and see whether you can complement or you go on. Okay, thank you. There was a question here from the audience.
I actually took some answers from the conversation, but I specifically want to ask that you said that investment and job creation is a must, but except the investing a new establishment for a circular economy in the local level, is it possible to renew an existing establishment or create a new chain or a new approach for an existing establishment? Is it possible to do that within the scope of the project?
I think so. Yes, it's a valuable approach, in my opinion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good point. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, great. Thank you, Flavia, for that excellent elaboration. So you can go on now with the second call.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the questions. So the second topic is CircBio 012, circular solution for textile value chains based on extended producer responsibility. This is an innovation action. For this topic, there will be probably finance to project, because the total budget for the topic is 14 million, and each proposal will have 7 million of budget. So probably there will be 2 proposals financed for this topic. As for the policy context, as you can see, as you can imagine, you have to study deeply the textile strategy, the Waste Framework Directive, and the Circular Economy Action Plan. Obviously, as you can imagine from the topic title, is fundamental the EPR scheme. So the extended producer responsibility, based on the concept that the producers have to be more and more engaged in not waste in the textile value chain. So based on the reuse, the separate collection, the sorting and recycling in the textile value chain. The expected outcomes of this topic are mainly related to the recommendation on best innovative solutions for the identification of material composition into that are included into the design of textile products. Secondly, the recommendation on design for recycling that allows the use of targeted extended producer responsibility schemes. Finally, the creation of recommendations on policy tools. So in this topic, you have the solution on one hand, the solution identification related to the material composition and the design for recycling. On the other hand, we have also the policy part, so recommendation on policy tools to reach EU greenhouse gas reduction. targets for 2030 and 2050. The related impacts of this topic are related to the European industrial sustainability, competitiveness, and resource independence, and on consumer and citizen benefits. Going deeply on the topic, in the slide you can see the main part of the scope. First of all, the Commission knows very well that textiles are the fourth highest pressure category for the use of primary raw materials. So it's one of the main reason of the greenhouse gas emissions and a major source of microplastic pollution. So this is the reason why the European Commission put an emphasis on this sector, on the textile sector. For the European Commission, the EPR scheme, the EPR approach can be a lever for going towards a circular economy, for a circularity. The European Commission states that into the topic description that the increased amount of separately collected textile waste are expected because of the Waste Framework Directive obligation to separately collect textiles as of 2025. One of the major part of the topic is to identify, develop, and test the innovative labeling of textile products, and to put an attention on reuse or end-of-life treatment that leads to high-quality secondary raw materials, and finally to identify novel solutions for textile reuse. So the reuse and the end-of-life treatment is represent an important aspect of this topic. What you have to keep in mind is to show that you foresee into your project a value chain cooperation. So you should engage into the project the main actors of the entire value chain, and to take into account also the flows of global material. The stakeholders, the main stakeholders to be involved are the waste collectors. It's not an exhaustive list, obviously, but just to give you some example: waste collectors, waste sorters, repair and reuse organization that are within the just mentioned value chain. To conclude this topic, I put in this slide two relevant projects. If I'm not wrong, these projects are ongoing ones, both of them. The first one is dealing with a new circular economy concept about reviewing the entire value chain of textiles, from the production to the consumption, to the journey towards the recycling and or waste. This project is aimed to show how a symbiosis between the textile sector and the chemical industry can lead to a reduction of textile waste, simply, but not so simply, changing the course of the unwearable and poorly recycled blends. So it seems a very interesting project to take into account. Secondly, the T-Rex project brings together 12 major players from across the entire value chain to create an harmonized EU blueprint and business opportunity for loop sorting and recycling of household textile waste. One of the major objectives is to transform end-of-use textiles from waste into a desired feedstock and a commodity for new business models that can be adopted at scale. So this is all for this topic. If there are some questions.
I would like one advice from you regarding the existing projects. The
Yeah.
ones that you have identified, the two ones, they seem exactly like if you can resubmit them, they seem exactly that they can fit the call, more or
Yeah.
less. And
Yeah.
so my question is, how can we exploit those projects or similar projects as new applicants that are interested? Shall we look on contacting them and see whether they are planning to resubmit a proposal and suggest some new additions on what actually is you're not offering and we can offer and can fit the call? Or shall we just contact some partners and see whether they can be part of our consortium, or we can use some of their solutions, or we add policy recommendations that I don't know whether these projects are offering, although the call that you just presented gives focus on policy recommendations also. What is your view?
I'm checking because I didn't remember if this project is ongoing or not. Actually, is closed. So, if my strong recommendation is to search this project because I totally agree with you. It seems very similar to the topic 2024 requests of the European Commission. So my recommendation is to contact the coordinator of this project or the other project partners, because for sure they are preparing something in the field. Because it was, as I can see, a successful project, very similar again to what the European Commission is expecting now. So my recommendation is to contact them and to try to collaborate with them with a resubmit together a consortium. Since there will be two proposals to be financed in the field, one of the best option is to collaborate with them, with the Resintex consortium.
Perfect. Thank you, Flavia, for making our job much easier. So we have already a starting point. Is anyone interested on that call? Just to see. On that call, textile. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So you have a good starting point. Definitely. What to do, mainly not as coordinators, but doing your best to convince them to come on board if they are initiating proposals. Thank you, Flavia, for that excellent tip. You can
No
go on.
problem. Okay, thank you. So the third one is CircBio 013, Innovative Circular Solutions for Furniture. So the context is the furniture sector. Is again an innovation action with a total budget of 10 million. And again, two proposals with 5 million each will be financed. This topic, as for the policy context, is based on the Circular Economy Action Plan and the European Green Deal. I would like to stress in general, because I forgot to mention earlier that the starting point in general for the preparation of your proposal, but we will see together in the afternoon, is the study of the policy context. So you have to study all the European Commission policies. I know that can be boring, for sure, but it's really important to understand what the European Commission expects from you, because the topic is in general very clear. But if you know better, if you know very well the policies, you can imagine what the European Commission wants from the topic. But it's only a general comment. We will talk about it in the afternoon. the major categories of this topic regard the waste disposal and the waste incineration. The related impacts are related to the European industrial sustainability, competitiveness, and resource independence, and the consumer and citizen benefits. The expected outcomes are related to the increased deployment and demonstrated benefits of advanced digital solutions, the emergence of new value chains, the increased recycling rates and upcycling, the increased uptake of recycled and or renewable materials. So you can see that this topic will deal with both digital solutions, but also the market uptake of these recycled and renewable materials, the increased deployment and market uptake again of circular design, the increased reuse, refurbishment, and remanufacturing rates and diffusion of new circular business practices, and increase resource efficiency, causing a measurable reduction of gas emissions and pollution. Regarding the scope, the European Commission would like to pay attention in this topic to also the small and medium enterprises. So EU furniture industry, as for the European Commission, predominantly consists of small and medium enterprises, employs around 1 million European workers, and represented a 84 billion market. So it's a major sector also regarding the European workers in number. As for the furniture waste, is about the 4% of the total municipal solid waste stream. And 80–90% of the EU furniture waste in MSW is incinerated or sent to landfill. And as you can imagine, is a bad situation. Projects in this topic have to demonstrate and deploy at large scale innovative solutions and design to solve the above mentioned issues and to address the expected impact that I just presented to you, and to address the different perspectives of manufacturers, retailers, consumers, and civil society organizations. So, as you can imagine, and I put in this slide, the stakeholders to be involved are the following: manufacturers, retailers, consumers, and civil society organizations, because they are the major subject in the field, and you have to engage them in the activities. You should also take into account the social innovation that is strongly recommended within this topic by the European Commission. As you know, the social innovation is mainly related to the inclusion in the activity of the citizen with a certain specific methodology. So my recommendation is to involve also organization specific focus on the social innovation, because there are many European organizations that are dedicated to the social innovation methodologies applied within the European projects. So my recommendation for this topic is to involve them into at least one of social innovation organization within your consortium. And again, also in this topic, there will be the joint activities with the CCRI projects as a recommended aspect. For this topic, this is this interesting project that you can take into account, the INEDIT project, Open Innovation Ecosystem for Do-It-Together process. This project aims to create an open innovation European DIT ecosystem for sustainable furniture co-creation. So I put as an example this topic because it combines the furniture context, the furniture sector related to the topic, to the co-creation, so a sort of social innovation aspect. And for this reason, is very interesting to study this kind of project. It channels the creativity of consumers, shapes it through designers' professional skills, and make it viable by leveraging on the expertise of production specialists. The final aim is to deliver sustainable, smart, and personalized new products in a shorter time to market. And I put again the list of the CCRI project also in this slide. So this is for the third topic. Let me know if you have some doubts or questions.
Any questions from the audience on that? Just one comment from my side. This call, as well as the previous one, the O2, as well as the next one, are innovation actions.
Yeah.
Which means that the focus is on innovation, where you have to deal with a higher TRL level, technological readiness level. And that emphasizes what we discussed also before, that winning projects in those innovation action calls need to take into advantage results that have been developed recently or in the past. Because you cannot start from zero. As innovation actions, you need to have a starting point, something that has at least demonstrated with end users in a limited scale as a starting point. So the projects that Flavia is suggesting here, the two in the previous call, this one in that call, and of course the other one that I think is circular economy for tourism, are going to use the results of already completed projects. So you need to make sure that you are part of them, you are exploiting them. We have one question. Yes, you can say, and I will repeat it. We have the microphone here.
I have already achieved one project, Urban Rec. That means they are going to use their results for this proposal.
This is up to you. If you believe that what has been developed by the end of the project is an excellent starting point for a project under this call, yes.
Why I'm asking? Because the group coordinates the project. I'm sure they are going to apply for this one.
Then you have an advantage. You need to connect them. You need to make them very
That's
close
why
friends.
I'm asking. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So you have a homework to do. All right. Okay. Anything else that you would like to raise? Okay, Flavia, thank you for this. The floor is yours for the next one.
Thank you. So the next topic is related to the tourism sector. It's CircBio 014. Is again an innovation action. Again, 10 million in total. So 5 million for a project. So 2 projects will be funded. The main objective is to provide circular economy, sustainable solutions in the tourism sector. The policy context again is about the Circular Economy Action Plan and the European Green Deal. Other aspects to take into account are related to the policy related to the pollution, hazardous substances, and waste, energy, land, and water. The related impacts are related to the regional, rural, local, urban, and consumer-based transitions, the European industrial sustainability, competitiveness, and resource independence, and the consumer and citizen benefit. The specific expected outcomes for this topic are related to, first of all, the diffusion of circular tourism services, the deployment of replicable systemic solutions for cities and regions. So again, in this topic, you can see the regional and the city approach of the European Commission. They increase circular, zero pollution, and climate neutral practices among providers and users of tourism services. Then the deployment of innovative solutions, including digital solutions, the creation of jobs that facilitate circularity for these different sectors, and the uptake, replication, and visibility of circular systemic solution for sustainable tourism. So as you can see, it's a very complete topic regarding the European Commission requests. So is related to circular tourism services, to provide digital solution, to create, to demonstrate that your project can have a good impact on the creation of new jobs, and it's also related to the future of the solution, so the uptake, replication, and visibility of these circular solutions. As for the scope, proposal should implement and demonstrate circular systemic solutions at the level of cities and regions, including several sectors. So you should not focus only on one sector, but you can explore more than one, providing services for visitors and residents, such as hospitality, transportation, culture, attraction. So the European Commission makes in this topic also the example of the services you can provide with your solution. The circular tourism service that you will provide should also consider waste and water management, batteries and vehicles, and so on and so forth, different kind of sector. Proposals should also address at least one of these above-mentioned sectors, so ICT, packaging, plastics, construction, and so on. So at least one. You should take into account also multiple key resources and commodity chains. And finally, the solutions that you will propose should address economic, social, and environmental dimension of the transition towards a circular tourism, including science, technology, behavioral, and governance components. So it's a really comprehensive approach that you should provide with a multidisciplinarity approach, because you should have on board social environmental dimension, but also the science, the technology, and the governance components. The major point to keep in mind is, again, to collaborate with the CCRI project. And the stakeholders to be involved are the providers of tourism services, and on the basis of the service, you will choose to provide the representative of specific sectors, so the hospitality, the transportation, the culture, and when you will choose among the sectors that the European Commission invite you to address, such as the electronic, the ICT, the batteries, obviously the representatives of this sector have to be taken on board as project beneficiaries. In this case, one major project to take into account is the Bee Culture, that aim to co-create and test sustainable human-centered innovations for circular cultural tourism through collaborative innovation networks and methodology, and improved investment strategies. The project targeted the private, remote, peripheral, or the industrialized areas and cultural landscapes, as well as overexploited areas. Local heritage innovation networks will co-develop a long-term heritage-led development project. So this project choose the culture sector. So my first recommendation is to not choose the culture sector, because it's already covered by this project. you can choose the culture section only if you see that this project has not addressed properly and 100% the objective. My first recommendation is to not choose the culture sector as your first choice. This project also are focused on the areas involved in enhancing inclusive economic growth, communities' well-being and resilience, and natural regeneration, as well as effective cooperation at cross-border, regional and local level. I put this project as an example because it as a regional and local approach, a collaborative approach with the networks and methodology related to the cultural tourism. So I think it's a good starting point, at least to understand what has been already covered. Some question for this topic?
At least from this project, we can get the methodology, as you said, Flavia, not the focus, but how they deal, what kind of activities and approach they follow in that sector, in culture. In a winning project, probably they need to give more focus on sustainable tourism by respecting society, advancing quality in society, respecting environment, and of course, advancing growth through economy. Any questions regarding this? This is an interesting call. Circular economy for tourism. Anything else that you would like to raise? Honestly, what I believe, since still this is an innovation action, that means that you need to explore a little bit more and identify previously funded projects. That you need to identify previously funded projects that have been focusing on that scale, but in research, not in innovation. So you will be able to contact them, approach them, and convince them to come on board and develop an innovation action now. So that's as far as I can see. There is some further investigation that you need to do here on identifying some projects that have been focusing on all these three areas that this call is asking: social, environmental, economic aspects, and then try to come on board, or if you believe, coordinate the initiative. All right. Okay, Flavia, you can go on.
Yeah, thank you. So for the next two topics, CircBio 015 and CircBio 016, I put at the end of the two topic presentation the list of projects to take into account, because for both this topic and the next one, the project you can take into account are the same. So this is the reason why you will not see after this topic the projects related. Just a comment. This is an innovation, research innovation action with a total of 8 million and 4 million per project. So again, in this case, there will be two projects to be funded. This topic is about the programmed biodegradation capability of bio-based materials and products validated in specific environments. So it's a more related, research-related topic. Indeed, is a research innovation action. The policy context is based on the EU Circular Economy Action Plan, the Zero Pollution Action Plan, the Sustainable Carbon Cycles, the European Green Deal, and the Bioeconomy Strategy. So you have a lot of documents to study for this topic. Furthermore, the European industrial sustainability, competitiveness, and resource independence, and the innovative and sustainable value chains in the bio-based sectors. As for the expected outcomes, we have the circular design of bio-based processes and products, efficiency, durability, reuse, remanufacture, recycling, recycled content. So in your project, you should take into account all these aspects. So the efficiency, the durability, and so on and so forth. The decreased environmental impacts on soil, water, air quality, biodiversity, and climate. The product information systems enabling the circularity, safety, and environmental sustainability of manufacturing and of the use of product at consumers level. The related impacts are related to the circularity and sustainability by design and the bio-based solutions with reduced environmental impact on soil, water, and quality, biodiversity, and climate. As for the scope, the European Commission talked about optimized design of bio-based processes and bio-based products to improve their circularity. Also taking into account the recycled materials. Specifically, we talk about the resources and energy efficiency, the high quality recycling technologies, the durability of products safely reused and remanufactured, the improving products end of life options, and finally the increasing the safe recycled content in new products. The proposals should assess safety, environmental sustainability, and climate neutrality of value chains. So taking into account the existing and validated methods, so taking into account the past and ongoing already funded research and innovation projects, the GHG emissions reduction, carbon removals, energy efficiency. You should take also into account the economic and social dimension, so the increased economic value, circular partners involving consumers, and the improved economic value of recycled materials, and also the job opportunities. Another important aspect is the product information systems, so safe and sustainable use of biological resources and the resource efficiency along the entire value chains. And finally, you should also take into account the social acceptance and responsible and informed choice on the general public of the consumers. For this topic, the international cooperation is encouraged by the European Commission. You should contribute to the European Bauhaus initiative. You should take into account the work already done by the past and ongoing research innovation project into different fields, the Circular and Bio-Based Europe joint undertaking and the Process for Planet partnerships. This is an SSH flag topic, and this is the reason why you should take into account the social aspect of your solution. And for this topic, the gender dimension is not mandatory, so you can avoid to specific how your idea will fit the gender dimension. The stakeholders to be involved, in my opinion, in this topic are the manufacturers, the experts in artificial intelligence and digital in general, and the SSH expert, since it's SSH flag topic. So as already said, if you want, if you have some questions on this topic, I can address them now. Because I prepared the projects for both the topics. So let me know, what do you prefer? If I can present also the next one.
Finish the 0106 and then
Yeah.
we'll see what kind of questions we have.
Okay, thank you. So the next one is 016, is a two-stage topic, digital information systems for bio-based products. The policy context is again related to the EU bioeconomy strategy, the common agriculture policy. The major aim, especially regarding the policy context, is to promote new business models for the green transition in line with the European Green Deal objectives. This topic is a research innovation action, 6 million in total and 3 million per project. These topics are related to the following expected outcomes. First of all, the replicable and scalable innovative production and business models, to the enhanced knowledge and awareness and on feedstock availability and technology options, to the improved innovation capacity and product portfolio extension in primary production sectors and small and medium enterprises, the development of new materials, products, and services that will lower the environmental impacts, to climate neutral land sector by 2035 and climate neutral economy by 2050. Finally, your project should focus on the diversification and enhancement of incomes. About the scope, your project should develop new business models for the economic viable valorization of local underutilized feedstock, should demonstrate the processes and technology to produce high-value bio-based materials, especially in rural conditions, should build upon existing food, feed, or bioenergy value chain in order to strengthen further the economic and environmental sustainability, should improve the knowledge on the requirements, harvesting, logistics, pretreatment, and conversion of the feedstock. So you should take into account all these phases. Your idea should take into account also the evaluation of the environmental and social economic performance in the context, should demonstrate the economic feasibility of the solution, as should also closely interact with other selected projects in order to create a joint stakeholder platform to promote best practices example for primary producers and small and medium enterprise at both at national and EU level. This topic requires to cooperate with selected project already financed in the context of a previous topic of a previous call, 2021 CircBio 0108. This topic requires the multi-actor approach. As you know, is a must, is a very important concept within Cluster 6. Proposals may involve financial support to third parties, so be prepared to foreseen part of your budget to provide this sort of support. The European Commission encouraged to include the regions where demonstrational sites and pilot plants are missing or underrepresented, and your idea should reach TRL 6-7 by the end of the project. So for these topics, so 015 and 016, I propose you to study, first of all, the Abacus project. In this slide, you can see the main objectives of the project. First of all, defining the market opportunities and product specification for algae-derived products. So the main sector of this topic, of this project, is the algae-derived products. They select the specific algae need to meet this product specification to optimize the production process and design tool for the process management, to demonstrate cost in use acceptance for algal fractions for targeted lead applications, to fully assess the acceptability of algae-derived products, and to valorize the research and disseminate, obviously, the results of the project. In this slide, I put also the list of the CBE project and the Process for Planet projects. My strong recommendation is to read at least 2-3 projects for partnership. But I want also to mention another interesting project in which APRE is also involved, so it was simple to me to have all the information about this project, is Rural BioApp. This project was funded under the topic of 2021 that I mentioned, and that is mentioned within the topic description. Is aimed to support regional actors, so policymakers, innovators, farmers, foresters, applying the multi-hectare approach in order to scale up and develop local bio-based solutions. The final objective is to boost rural development at the regional and local level. Sorry. Another important aspect is that the project wants to strengthen the cooperation among regional key actors, establishing 9 regional hubs. So as you can see, the way this project put together the actors was the regional hubs. While the second topic, 0106, asks you to create a platform, but the objective is the same, no? To establish a way to make the regional actors to collaborate together. These regional hubs in 6 EU countries provide a set of empowering activities that will be implemented, such as the development of action plan, trainings, mentoring, coaching, MML workshops, co-creative and networking activities. The final aim is to support the development of local bioeconomy initiatives. Finally, this project will develop activities related to the data mapping and development of one-stop shop, an online matching tool that will pull together bioeconomy-related information, so on biomass, business model, technology, financial support, to help local stakeholders to effectively plan and implement their bio-based activities. It's a very complex project and really complete. Any question on these 2 topics?
Are there any questions on this? Maybe I can make some comments. Flavia, we've seen that these 2 calls are 2 stages.
Yeah.
So that means that you need at the first stage to submit a proposal of 10 pages, more or less. If you pass that stage, then you will be invited to submit the whole proposal. Correct? I think that's the case with the 2-stage submission.
Yeah.
So, also what is applicable is that in the first stage of that evaluation, we have blind evaluation.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That means that we cannot expose the identity of the consortium partners.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be quite positive on one hand. Why? Because probably some big names that have been regularly being awarded a grant now they don't have that kind of possibility to impress the evaluators on that. On the other hand, since we seek the collaboration of some existing solutions, what is your tip on how to if we have already been involved in a previous proposal, in a previous project that has been very well aligned with any of those 2 calls, but we don't want to say directly that we were members of that consortium, because that might expose the identity of some partners of the consortium, and in that case the proposal will be rejected. So do you have any suggestion on how to deal with that? On one hand, to highlight that we have experience, we have been involved in some really well-aligned projects, and on the other hand, not to expose our identity in the first stage submission?
Mm-hmm. I can understand your very well your your comment on this. I have a partial answer to you, because as you know, the blind evaluation is a pilot. So it's the first time actually that the European Commission applies this kind of evaluation. As far as I know, in the first stage, the things the European Commission looks on is the excellence, no, of your project mainly.
And the impact, just the pathways to impact, not the dissemination and not the implementation.
Exactly. So you should focus on only on that part. So your major intention is to convince the European Commission that your idea is really, really valuable. Your research is really innovative and is really important to fund your idea. There will be the chance to demonstrate that you have the contact, that you have the networks, that you take into account very deeply specific projects in the second phase. I think that it's not important for the European Commission in the first stage that you can only mention in the first stage, in the first part of the proposal that you submit in the first stage, that you will take into account, that you plan to take into account the previous project, or that you already have some previous network, some connection useful for your idea. But focus especially on the excellence. You will have time to demonstrate the other things, so the cooperation with other projects, the networks you are involved in previous years, in the next stage. This is my recommendation. But honestly, I don't know yet the real approach of the European Commission with the blind evaluation, because I don't have so much experience so far with the blind evaluation. So it's only my perception.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Flavia, on that.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions from the audience? Can you elaborate a little bit on the multi-actor approach, what we mean with that? Since the
Okay.
the agenda, and we would like some clarification, if you can give some examples, what we mean with
Okay, I didn't prepare the slide, honestly, because in the agenda,
Yes, yes.
I
No,
didn't see my name, but
no, it was not for you.
I can talk with
Yes,
without
a little bit.
slides.
A little bit.
The multi-actor approach is one of the main cluster 6 concept. You will see in many topics the request of the multi-actor approach. It's mainly related to the engagement within the topics in which is a request of diverse kind of subjects. So the European Commission, in order to have a major impact of your technological, of your innovative solutions, want to engage within your proposal a different kind of subjects that can represent all the value chain of the sectors. So when you will see the multi-actor approach as a requirement, you should for sure engage many actors, such as civil society organization, researchers, consumers associations. But the European Commission, if you search about document about the multi-actor approach, is really precise when it talks about the multi-actor approach. If you want, in the afternoon, I can show you a scheme that show what is the multi-actor approach, because now I have not time to search for this scheme, but it's really comprehensive. The most important thing you should know is that the multi-actor approach requires the involvement of many subjects, of many organizations within your project that will play a significant role. They will be end users, or they will have to perform concrete activities, because usually they will be key actors for your solution, for the solution you will provide. I hope it's clear. But in the afternoon, if you want, I can specify more about the multi-actor approach because it's really important for cluster 6.
Can we use another name instead of multi-actor, not to be a little bit more comprehensive, multi-stakeholder approach? I mean, unofficially, where we would like to involve all the different stakeholders in the whole
Yeah.
value chain, from the creation of a solution up to the ultimate use of that solution? Or is it something like that where you don't need any researchers anymore, but you need researchers to partner and co-design and co-create and co-develop solutions for the end users? So you need the participation of end users. Probably need some suppliers, some distributors to help you in deploying further that solution, as well as some policy advisors and policy makers to make the proper framework, the political context available, so you can facilitate the integration of those solutions by society, as well as some behavioralist psychologists to make the solution more acceptable by the end users. So this is more or less, I guess, what you mean with...
Yeah. But it's more... since it's for some topic mandatory, the multi-actor approach also have some duties to be addressed within the project, because
I didn't get that word. It was newbies, newcomers. What did you say?
No, for instance, the multi-actor approach states that you will have to engage also the UP Agri. You have to collaborate with them within the work package of the communication dissemination, providing practice abstract. There are many requirements for the multi-actor approach, specific, set by the European Commission. But in general, as a concept, is the one you mentioned. So the major aim is to involve any part of the society, from the policymakers to the consumers, all the major parts of the society.
Okay. We can see some examples in the implementation section or in the impact section, if that is applicable in the afternoon.
During the lunch break, I will prepare something.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And
No
the
problem.
last question, you said that we need collaboration with the new Bauhaus initiative.
Yeah.
How can you say a little bit about the new European Bauhaus and how we can collaborate with it, how projects can collaborate with it?
So the European Bauhaus is a brand new initiative of the European Commission, especially connected to the European Green Deal. Is a creative and disciplinary initiative. The major objective is to stress to people the importance of and the beauty of culture. It's also made to build together with the society a sustainable and inclusive future, bringing together different social lawyers, so citizens, experts, businesses, and institutions. I think that the way you can demonstrate to contribute to the new European Bauhaus can be, first of all, to address the same objective of the new European Bauhaus. So in the excellence part, you can say we know the new European Bauhaus objectives, and you can say that your proposal will address them, will support them. Otherwise, you can collaborate with organizations deeply involved in this initiative. But first of all, my first recommendation is to study this initiative, to understand the general environment, the general actors of the European Bauhaus, and to try to establish at least one task on the cooperation with such actors involved in the initiative. But honestly, I don't know very well this the new European Bauhaus, because It's really new, and in APRE, another colleague of mine follow this aspect. But my first perception is this one: to study, to address the same objectives of this initiative, and to involve us. And to foresee, activities in cooperation with actors involved in the initiative.
Okay, thank you. Shall we have one more call before we have a break for you? Because you have we have been exhausting you, and of course for our participants. Let's discuss one more call, and then we're gonna have our break.
Okay, thank you. So let's go on with CircBio 0177, demonstrating the fair and just transition from GHG intensive economies facing challenges towards circular economy model regions. As for the policy context, we have the European Green Deal priorities, the EU Bioeconomy Strategy Progress Report, especially the one of June 2022. As for the related impact, we have the regional, rural, local, urban, and consumer-based transition. And also the circular economy and bioeconomy across all regions of Europe. As for the expected outcomes, you should showcase solutions in 2-3 selected coal mining regions. So the environment you should work is restricted to 2-3 selected coal mining regions and or intensive agriculture regions. So you should choose among coal mining regions and or intensive agriculture regions. The most important thing in general is to decide your approach and to adapt the budget you will request and the activities on the basis of the choice you will made. Because the activity and the budget that you will request can change if you will address 2 or 3 regions and or intensive agriculture regions, but it's general comments. I forgot to say that for this topic, only one project will be financed with a total budget of 6 million, and it's an innovation action. Another expected outcome is the development of new bioeconomy structures that will be able to generate local green growth in region specifically relying on GHG intensive economic activities, and finally to strengthen interaction and coordination between affected European associated countries regions. About the scope, your project should demonstrate just and fair bioeconomy solutions in the regions you will select. You have to select regions that face difficulty in reaching the green transition. The major aim, obviously, is to leave no people and no place behind. It's the core objective of the just transition in general. Proposals should also interact with and draw on the logistical support of the CSA, supporting the fair just transition from GHG intensive economies facing challenges towards circular bioeconomy model regions. So the European Commission is very precise, indicating to you with which CSA you should collaborate. The proposal funded should demonstrate the feasibility of transforming regions towards sustainable and resource-efficient bioeconomy models while highlighting the achievement of climate targets, as well as assessing trade-offs. Finally, if relevant, activities should build and expand the results of past and ongoing research projects. My general comments is that since it's a very competitive topic because only one project will be financed, my general recommendation is to contact the coordinator of previous projects already funded in a similar topic, because it's probably that an already financed consortium will apply again, but it's just my recommendation, my comment. Also for this topic, you should keep in mind that you have to use the multi-actor approach, the SSH disciplines, so involve also SSH experts, and you should cooperate with Horizon Cluster 6 2023 Circ Bio 0110. For this topic, I have not already the specification of the project because it's a brand new topic and they should be still in the gap preparation, the grant proposal preparation. So I don't have information about the project funded under this topic, but in the following weeks, in the following month, before the call deadline, you can have for sure more information about this topic. But in any case, about the project funded under this topic. But in any case, in the proposal, you should simply demonstrate that you foresee a task, an activity dedicated to the collaboration with the funded project under this topic. For this topic, the project you can take into account is a closed project funded under Horizon 2020, if I'm not wrong. Test project has designed a decision support system aimed to make it easy for policymakers to integrate local knowledge into their decision making, also guiding and encouraging the local activities, the local people that restore and maintain biodiversity and ecosystem services. The main vision of the project is to enlighten, encourage, and empower local communities to support biodiversity restoration across Europe. So this is all by my side for this topic. Any question?
Okay, so let's have a break. Thank you, Flavia, for this. Have a break for 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure everyone's looking forward. We'll talk to you at 11 o'clock your time. 10 past.
Okay.
It's 10. Let's have a 15 minutes break. So 5 past 11.
11. Okay. My time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, before we start and give the floor to Flavia, are there any questions now that you had a rest, you discussed a little bit? Just for your information, because I received some questions from some of you, in this training we're going to focus on two destinations, the circular economy destination and the net zero economy. So this is the next destination that we're going to talk about. However, if you're interested in any other call under cluster 6 and you would like that to be addressed, we can discuss that tomorrow in the hands-on practice. But my advice is you see how Flavia is analyzing each call. We go through each of the calls and we discuss the policy context. What does that mean? The documentations that you need to be familiar with if you're planning to submit a call under that specific topic. Okay, so you need to read, as Flavia said, those documents. You need to analyze them. So you need to identify also for your call, what are those policy documents that are related to your interest in the targeted call. Where do you see those documents mentioned? Where do you see them? In the call topic description. Now, Flavia analyzed that for those two destinations. If there is any other call that you would like to target, you need to do the same exercise. And if you need help on that, we can help you tomorrow on how to do that, on how to apply also that model in another call that probably we're not addressing here. All right, so that's one thing, the policy document. The next one is you check the expected outcomes. What are expected outcomes? Expected outcomes are the short-term benefits from the project results. So you need to know what are your results and what will be the short-term benefits. Then Flavia analyzes the scope. The scope is more or less what should be the objectives of your project. They are already mentioned in the call topic. So Flavia is not actually thinking about this, but she has made a very good analysis in order to read the call topic and give you the intelligence behind the call topic. What are the policy documents that you need? What kind of benefits you need to achieve in a winning project? What should be the objectives of a winning project? What you need to keep in mind? And what kind of process you need to take into consideration? These are actually questions that you need to address in any call that you are targeting. Is this clear? Yes? Because this is what you need to have in mind. All right. So, Flavia, we give the floor to you for the next call.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for this clarification. Just to further exploit what you just said. There's a question? Okay.
Yes, it will. If you can, Flavia, to use the slide view instead of the...
Yeah. I'm just comment what you are mentioning before. So now it's better, yes, okay. No, just a comment before starting again the presentation. The European Commission, in preparing the course, in preparing the topics, is always very, very detailed. So you should read very carefully the topics, because the European Commission wants that you address every single word of the topic, honestly, and having, as already said, an overview on the policy context can help you in understand what the European Commission means with a certain sentence. So just this comment to further exploit what Odysseus just said. Before going on with the topic presentation, since the multi-actor approach is one of the most important concepts of this cluster, if you agree, I took some slides that I usually present when I present the multi-actor approach, 3 slides to give you some other information, because the multi-actor approach is one of the points that the European Commission put emphasis on one of the major points, has been introduced within the cluster 6, within the work package, the work program 21-22. The multi-actor approach is an eligibility criterion. So if you don't address the multi-actor approach in the topic when it's explicitly requested by the European Commission, your proposal will not be evaluated by the European Commission. So you have to pay specific attention when the multi-actor approach is requested, because it is an eligibility criterion. The multi-actor approach should be included in the excellence section. So in the objectives, so you should focus on the needs and the opportunities of the end users that you will engage for your project results, and in the methodology, including the open science section. In the methodology section, you should focus on working according to multi-actor approach and plenty of broad communication dissemination, in particular to end users, disseminate and communicating the project results. The requirements of the multi-actor approach are the following. First of all, the project objectives have to be targeted to the needs and opportunities of end users. So one of your major objectives is to focus on end users' needs and opportunities. Then users will be identified on the basis of the topic specificity, obviously. Secondly, the project concept and composition of the consortium, as already said, must reflect a balanced choice of key relevant actors. The multi-actor approach should include a complementary knowledge, multi-sectoral knowledge, able to ensure a broad implementation. One of the major aspects is the cross-fertilization during the project that must integrate both tacit and practical knowledge. And the European Commission wants to see a sufficient number of high-quality knowledge exchange activities among the key actors involved, and the multi-actor engagement have to be facilitated by the most appropriate methods. Indeed, once a project includes in the research activities the multi-actor approach, it usually also use stakeholder engagement tools, for instance, because one of the major characteristics of the multi-actor approach is the engagement, is the cooperation, the co-creation activities. So my recommendation is to include into the consortium also an organization expert in stakeholder engagement activities, tools, and methods, because it's not so easy to efficiently engage many actors in your project. Furthermore, the consortium must demonstrate the added value of the multi-actor approach, so how the project is complementing existing research and best practices, but it's an easy to understand request. The results of the project must be practical and easy understandable. In the work package dedicated to the communication dissemination, when the multi-actor approach is requested, you should include, as I was mentioning during my presentation before the break, you should include the so-called practice abstract. The practice abstract are a sort of documents, disseminating documents, a sort of fact sheet regarding your project results, and you should follow a common AP format. If you search on Google AP Agri Practice Abstract, you will see the common format to present, to communicate, to disseminate the results of your project. Finally, you should involve as much as possible local interactive innovation groups that already are aimed to foster the engagement among key players in the cluster 6 sector. So the AP Agri operational groups, and so on. So this is what I want to mention about the multi-actor approach. I hope it was useful. If you have some questions, I'm here. But if you prefer, I can go on with the next topic. So CircBio 018, bioeconomy project development assistance. This topic is a CSA, so a coordination and support action. The coordination and support actions are actions not so related to the research activities or the innovation activities, but to the support of these measures supporting the research and the innovation activities. The CSA are most related to the communication dissemination activities, to the policy activities, and so on. For this specific topic, we have only one proposal to be funded with a 3 million budget. The policy context for this topic is the EU bioeconomy strategy and the progress report of the... Just a second, my door is ringing. Just a second, sorry.
Do you have any questions on the multi-actor approach? You follow that? I think what Flavia did gave us some really good hints on involving an expert on how to, an expert in methodologies, in engaging end users in the whole process development of a project. So take advantage of that. Another one is that you can disseminate information by following a specific format, the AIP format for any cluster 6 project. And she gave you some hints and some links on how to do that. So please use that also. Another thing that she talked about, the multi-actor approach, it is something that has to be addressed in the excellence section. So in the excellence section, as part of your methodology, you need to explain some practices and some activities that will facilitate the involvement of all the value chain players in your project. So you need to explain that in your methodology. Methodology is part of the excellence. And all these things that we are discussing here, although they are directly interesting for coordinators, they are also for the beneficiaries. Beneficiary is a partner. And most of you, as far as I can understand, you will be participating as partners. So why it is important to know this, even if you're not a coordinator? Because you are enhancing your profile as a partner. So when you will be contacting some of those potential coordinators to see whether they have any proposal that you can join them, one of your advantages or one of your assets that you can sell to the potential coordinator is, I can give you some hints on what we need to take into consideration under this call. Which are these hints? The hints are the tips and the advice that Flavia is sharing with you now. So you need to make a notice of those. And you need to use them when you will have a dialogue, when you will have a communication with some potential coordinators from the previously funded projects that are either mentioned in Flavia's slides, or you are going to investigate them further. So you need to do that. Okay, Flavia.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry very much.
No problem. No worries.
The policy context is the EU bioeconomy strategy, the progress report of the EU bioeconomy strategy. In relation to the policy context, the major aim is to improve the deployment of sustainable bioeconomy business models and the different solutions that will finally support the rural and coastal areas in achieving a just and clean, green transition. The expected outcomes are related to the increased access to financial, legal, and technical support for the bioeconomy projects, the alignment of actors and their objectives in a collaborative ventures on bioeconomy related projects, and finally to promote and support regional and national transition from existing fossil-based socio-technical system to bioeconomy-based systems. The related impact in this case are related to the regional, rural, local, urban, and consumer-based transitions, and to the circular bioeconomy, economy and bioeconomy across all regions of Europe. Okay. The scope for this topic are related to the request of the European Commission to provide technical assistance to the bioeconomy project development and to facilitate synergies and collaboration and linkages between different and new EU and national policies and policy related to the funding opportunities. One of the major aims of your proposal should be to bring together and align the goals of different stakeholders in the bioeconomy project along the entire value chain. You should also provide expertise and consultancy services to promising bioeconomy funded projects, to explore the obstacles, the barriers that the novel bioeconomy solution can face, and providing strategies to overcome this kind of barriers and obstacles. Finally, the project benefiting from the assistance of your activities should contribute to the development of sustainable bioeconomy solutions. So in this case, the activity of your project should for sure start with a selection, with a study, first of all, of the already funded project in the field of bioeconomy, both at the EU, but also on the national level of the nations of the countries you will eventually select. And then among the project you have analyzed, you will select the most promising one, creating some activities dedicated to them. For this project, you should keep in mind a special focus on the member state where bioeconomy is underdeveloped. So you should not take into account the countries where the bioeconomy is very well developed. You should carry out the project assistance activities for the minimum duration of 5 years. So you should guarantee 5 years of assistance to this project. And you should take into account the multi-actor approach that, again, is an evaluation and an eligibility criteria. For this topic, I selected 2 interesting projects. The first one is BioBoost, that will aim to boost, obviously, the growth of the bioeconomy in Catalonia by offering project development assistance services through a one-stop shop office based in Barcelona. The project will address the needs of this project, of this selected project, providing a package of PDA services. The second one is the BERST project, is already closed project. The major aim is to take into account the bioeconomy potential strategies of a range of different regions across Europe, and to gain understanding of possibilities and challenges related to the enhancement of bio-based economies. The project also is aimed to provide a support network in order to promote the further development of smart specialization strategies of selected countries on regional bioeconomy potential. Any question on this interesting topic?
Support action, which means that
Yes.
it doesn't have any research or any innovation activities. It's more or less a service that the European Commission wishes to have and issues a coordination support action for that. So, okay, it's good to know that, but I don't know whether it's of that high interest to our. There is one question here. Do you want to pass over the microphone to the lady over there?
My question is, are you suggesting first make an application for the coordination support action to learn how these processes go on, or can we directly be a partner of any project? What do you suggest to institutions who are apply first time for the first time?
It depends. So your question is what are my suggestions for institutions that apply for the first time in Horizon Europe, right? Or in general in framework programs?
How should they go on this process?
So first of all, your presence, if you are talking about you and your institution, your presence is in this kind of events is really important for a institution that approach for the first time in the framework program. Secondly, you should also try to participate in brokerage event activities, because it's the major way to meet people already engaged in the framework programs of the European Commission, because my perception is that personal relationships and see face-to-face people is very valuable, even in this context of the funding projects. My strong recommendation is to study a lot, again, the policy context and the previous project, because if you know the project already funded, you know what the European Commission wants to see within a project. Another suggestion is to rely on the national contact point, because national contact points major mission is to support especially the newcomers in the context. So a European national contact point can support you from the very early stage of your idea, of your work, to the towards the proposal submission. And you should try to enter in a very strong consortium. Since it's your first time, having a strong consortium, well experienced in the proposal preparation is really important, because it allows you to learn how to prepare a proposal with skilled people.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, there was one more question before that, over here at the front, but before that, let me do one clarification. This project, as soon as it is funded, as soon as it is granted, and as soon as it starts, this is where you will be using in order to learn how to write more efficient proposals under the circular economy. So for the time being, it's not applicable for you, if you're not experienced, to participate in such a proposal as the ones that will be providing the technical assistance. So you wait until it is funded, and as soon as it is funded and starts, you should be able to use the services for 5 years, because you've seen there will be a duration of 5 years. Okay? All right. Thank you for that. No further questions. All right. So Flavia, you can go on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next topic is CircBio 019, Circular Bioeconomy Startup Villages. Also in this case, we have CSA, so a coordination and support action. In this case, there will be many projects to be funded, because we have a total of 2.5 million for 800 euros per project. This policy context is related to the EU bioeconomy strategy, the long-term vision for the EU rural areas, and the new European innovation agenda, with the final and major aim stated by the European Commission of supporting the development of a circular systemic bioeconomy solution in startup villages across Europe. The expected outcomes in this topic are related to, first of all, the development of and transfer of the concept of sustainable circular bioeconomy solution in startup villages, to showcase the novel governance and business model for circular systemic bioeconomy solutions, to strengthen the position of bioeconomy startups in rural innovation ecosystem, to enhance the training opportunities and knowledge exchanges and cooperation within the rural and among the rural innovators, and to improve rural innovation ecosystem in order to build a sustainable bioeconomy within the ecological boundaries. So as you can see, you should take into account the rural environment, the rural context in your proposal. As for the scope, you should provide innovative and circular, sustainable and socially fair bioeconomy solution for food system transformation, bio-based sectors, and for digital technologies and approach. So you should take into account these three major sectors. You should also create and support a thematic network of startup villages based on bioeconomy concepts. You should provide assistance and advisory support for the development of these startup villages, developing also a startup village forum initiative through a community of practice. You should create also a list of case studies and best practices of local and regional startup village. And finally, to identify the challenges and development pathways for developing and scaling up of startups and small and medium enterprise sustainable bioeconomy. For this topic, the European Commission wants to have at least 3 startup villages that you will involve, that you will create from 3 different countries. You should build your idea on the bioeconomy ventures and pilots for EU projects. You should also envisage synergies with the Startup Village Forum, and you should explore available financing instruments. For this topic, I selected the bioeconomy ventures that is explicitly mentioned by the European Commission. This project is aimed to develop a platform for bioeconomy-based startups and spin-off seeking to gain access to finance. This platform is aimed to serve as a main meeting point for these bioeconomy firms and entrepreneurship. And it's part of the project goal, building a first of its kind bioeconomy entrepreneurship ecosystem. This project will also create an assessment methodology to qualify and quantify the needs of the startups and spin-off through the bioeconomy ventures evaluation metrics. The second project is not specifically to the bioeconomy sector and it's not completely on this focus because it's also related to the RRI and the STEM topics, but I like very much the approach that this project used, and this is the reason why I put this project as a reference. The RRI Start project indeed focus on the value of the responsible research and innovation for the STEM entrepreneurship ecosystem. It proposed a novel RRI model for startups with novel RRI-based impact investment indicators. The project will also test the development innovation through a transnational piloting approach, from lab to market. 3 pilots will be organized by the project, covering environmental, sustainable startups, 3D printing and advanced materials in Italy, and bioeconomy in Greece. The overall aim of the project is to bring society closer to science and innovation through impact investment. So that's it for this topic. Any question?
Any questions for this? This again a coordination support action. So again, this is an initiative that focuses alone on the startup innovation ecosystem. So if any partner, if there is any beneficiary that is active in the bioeconomy innovation ecosystem in Turkey, I believe they need to take advantage of this call. So what they need to do is to find the contact details of bioeconomy ventures and why not RRI Start project, and contact them and highlight their activities and their involvement in the bioeconomy innovation ecosystem and see whether you can partner with them. That's important. Is anyone here interested with, is anyone active here with the innovation ecosystem in bioeconomy, supporting startups? No? Yes, one over there from the Technopark. Okay, yes, definitely you need to take into consideration this one. All right. Okay, thank you, Flavia. Please go on.
You're welcome. So the last topic for Circ Bio is Circ Bio 0110, targeting aquatic exophiles for sourcing novel enzymes, drugs, metabolites, and chemicals. It's a very specific topic. It's a research innovation action. Only one project will be financed for this topic with 9 million euro. For budget. The policy context is related to the European Green Deal, the 2021 Sustainable Blue Economy, and the 2012 Blue Growth Strategy. The expected outcomes for this topic are related to contribute to the sustainable exploration of biodiversity hotspot regions, to advance in the deployment, the development of the next generation of sampling methods and technologies, better preparedness to support the green industrial bioprocessing, to expand the bioprospecting from the screening for new chemicals into biological function, to advance in understanding the ecology of marine or other aquatic ecosystem, and to finally increase the commitment to conserve and sustainably use the ocean genetic diversity. The scope that the European Commission was to address is to explore the marine or other aquatic ecosystems with complex and extreme conditions, with a special focus on the extremophilic organisms capable of surviving in such extreme environment. Furthermore, to develop or optimize tailor-made sampling methods, to explore the metabolic, physiological, and other adaptation mechanisms, to look for new and highly efficient metabolites, drugs, enzymes, and chemicals for the industrial application, and finally to compliance with the EU regulation in the field on access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization in the EU. For this topic, you should keep in mind, first of all, to foresee in your project a task or an activity dedicated to the collaboration with the project selected, with the other project that will be selected not only in this topic, because there will be only one topic, but in the project funded under similar topics presented within this the actual work program or the previous one, and the integration of the gender dimension in this topic is not a mandatory requirement. For this topic, you can see the Blue Genetic project. Its aim is to combine the knowledge in marine genomics, chemogenetics, and advanced chemistry to produce recombinantly prepared novel secondary metabolite compounds and analogous from them, as well as pharmacologically active peptides, and to bring them up to the preclinically and hopefully also to the clinical studies. So even this one is really research driven, is very specific. So I don't want to enter too much into the technological and research specificity, sorry, because I'm not the right competencies. But if you have some questions, please.
I'm just curious about if any kind of like enzymes have been extracted and brought out to the as a study. It is already published, but if you adapt this enzyme to environmental condition to degrade the environmental contaminants, could be in the context of this call or not?
I think so, but honestly, it's a too specific question. And my recommendation in this case as national contact point, especially for this complex and very research-oriented topic, is to send this kind of specific question directly to the European Commission through the research inquiry services. We in Italy, as NCPs, follow this procedure in order to have a clear statement from the European Commission, because I can give you my opinion based on my experience. So your approach to me is valuable, but in order to be very sure, my approach is always to put this kind of question into the research required services. That is the way the European Commission collect applicants' questions.
Okay, thank you.
Good
So
point.
if you want to write down the question, I can send to the European Commission, and I can.
Okay, I'll write you an email.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
you can ask.
Thank you, Florian. That normally, what is the response time from the research inquiry service whenever they send something from your?
They are very fast, and the approach is a very wise one, because they reply, but not only directly to me, but they spread the answer to with all the national contact points all over Europe and associated countries. So each national contact point can know the answer to the specific people question.
Do they include them also in the frequently asked questions of the funding attenders portal under this call?
Yeah.
So everyone can see that, even if they're not NCPs or etc., they will see it, but
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions? Yes, we have one more. Yeah.
I wonder, are we going to continue the second stage one, the circular bio 02? Because she said that we finished, we wrap up.
Then the next calls that we're going to address are for the net zero economy.
Okay.
So destination, I think, if I'm not mistaken, destination 3 and destination 4.
There is a call, the circular bio 024, the two-stage one, the new circular solutions and decentralized approach for water and wastewater management.
This is under this destination? I mean, which one?
Yes.
01?
The cluster 6, 2024, circular bio 024, the two-stage
Yes, but
one.
it's not in the list of topics we agreed to present today.
Okay.
Is a different,
Okay.
it's a different destination. Yes.
It's going to be open at the same time the other one.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But the cluster 6 has more than 100 calls, so we cannot
Yes,
address.
right.
We
Yes.
cannot address all of them. What
Yeah.
we're giving you here, and I think is by far more important,
Okay.
is how you're going to analyze a call. So, this particular call that you are referring to,
Yeah, we are interested.
and you're interested in, you need to do the analysis that Flavia did for the other ones.
Okay.
So, as I said, you need to know what are the policy documents behind it. You need to find them.
It's already
It is
clear on the
You extract them.
document. Yes.
You outline them. Then you
Yes.
need to study them. That's the first step. The next step is to clarify what are the objectives of the winning projects. Where do you see them? You see them in the scope.
Yeah, I just wonder because. Okay, thank you. It's fine.
Yes.
I understand.
So we're not
because
going to
the
discuss
line-
that
the
in
time
detail.
limited. Yeah,
Yes.
I understand. Thank you.
Yes. All right. So we finish this destination, and then we have one more to address. We have just 2 hours to address some calls. So we are lagging out of time and of resources, of course. So the next group of calls that we're going to discuss up to the lunch break is the net zero economy. I think, yes, the clean environment and zero pollution. So I think there are a little bit less calls than in the previous destination, Flavia. So probably we will take us less time on analyzing them. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Before starting, as a general comment, I would like to remind all the participants that the European Commission just organized a couple of weeks ago the European Official Information Day. So if you search on Google the Info Day Cluster 6, you can see the recordings of the event, the slide presented by the European Commission. So for the topics we will not address today, you can see the recording and the explanation that the European Commission made some weeks ago. So let's start with the clean environment and zero pollution destination of Cluster 6. Also in this time, I divided in these 3 pillars the description of the destination. So first of all, we have the list of the policy context. As you can imagine, the European Green Deal is the basis of the policies in Cluster 6, but not only in Cluster 6. Then we have the Zero Pollution Action Plan, since the destination is based on the zero pollution objective, the bioeconomy strategy, the circular economy action plan, the farm to fork strategy, the soil strategy, the marine strategy framework directive, the EU water policy, and finally the EU missions, soil, ocean, and waters. The expected impact contained within the strategic plan are related to the sustainable and circular management and use of natural resources, as well as prevention and removal of pollution, with the final aim of guaranteeing healthy soil, air, and fresh and marine water for all. The main instrument will be the better understanding of planetary boundaries and the deployment of innovative technologies and other solutions in primary production, forestry, and bio-based systems. As for the impact areas, so the impact the European Commission wants to see in the society, in the value chains, in the environment, are related to the climate change mitigation and adaptation, the enhancing ecosystems and biodiversity, both in land and water, the good health and high quality accessible healthcare, the clean and healthy air, water, and soil, a resilient EU that will be prepared for emerging threats, the inclusive growth and new job opportunities, the circular and clean economy, and finally the sustainable food system from farm to fork, both on land and sea. The specific expected impacts related to this destination are aimed to achieve a clean, unpolluted surface water and groundwater bodies, to balance N and P flows within safe ecological boundaries at regional and local level, to move towards clean, unpolluted oceans and seas, to strengthen circular bio-based systems to operate within planetary boundaries, to substitute harmful chemicals for safer and more sustainable alternatives, and to finally reduce the environmental impact of food systems. So let's start with the first topic, Zero Pollution 011, demonstrating how regions can operate within safe ecological and regional nitrogen and phosphorus boundaries. This is an innovation action, and we have a total budget of 27 millions with 9 million per project. The major aim of this topic is to limit as much as possible the emissions of nitrogen and phosphorus, and to create technical and governmental solutions to lower these emissions as a general objective. As for the policy context, we have the European Green Deal and the Zero Pollution Action Plan, with the major aim to reduce the 50% the nutrient losses reduction by 2030. The expected outcome related to this topic are based on the best practice reducing nitrogen and phosphorus emissions into water, air, and soil from all emitting sectors. To study, to take into account the environmental, economic, and behavioral effects of these emissions, and to have a local and regional approach in study the sustainability and circular economy schemes, and to guide and provide recommendations to arrive to the lowering emissions of nitrogen and phosphorus. The related impact in this case are related to the elimination of pollution, clean and healthy soils, air, fresh and muddy water for all, and the balance of NP flows with safe ecological boundaries at regional and local level. The scope for this topic is related to the implementation of methodology to identify the input of this NP at regional and river basin scale within the safe ecological and regional boundaries. You should also demonstrate region-specific practices in the NP sectors. You should also demonstrate, you should also showcase innovative governance models and actions managing NP. This governance model should be able to demonstrate to be ecologically responsible and sustainable use in using, recover, and exchange, and to provide service and infrastructure between urban, industrial, and rural coastal environments. You should also demonstrate to test efficiently innovative practices and technology producing NFP-based fertilizer from organic waste. You should also provide guidelines and recommendations related to the behavioral change and the public acceptance, because a solution that is generally accepted by the general public is a very strong and effective solution in general. You should also provide the guidelines on effective problem-solving mechanisms to regional twinning and mentoring. You should and you should keep in mind for this topic to involve local and regional authorities, municipalities, environmental organizations, farmers, and other practitioners, such as the one coming from industry and civil society. You should disseminate these results and best practices through also the regional policies and regulatory instruments. We should take into account to study the already funded project under the mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters. Keep in mind that part of the demonstration project for the implementation will be dedicated to the CCRI initiative. So you should take into account the CCRI projects also in this topic. And remind that this is a SSH flag topic, so you should include SSH experts in your proposal. For this topic, I propose you to read the P2 Green project, aimed to develop a new circular governance solution for the transition from fork to farm to halt and eliminate NLP pollution by connecting blue urban with green rural infrastructure, with a main focus on circular nutrient flows on nitrogen and phosphorus. The objective of this project will be achieved by the implementation and exploration of innovative NLP solutions for the utilization of human sanitary waste. So this is the main context, the main sector selected by this project, from urban settlements and its conversion into safe bio-based fertilizers for agricultural production in 3 pilot regions. So in general, the approach the European Commission likes very much is to test your result, your novelty, your research, your solutions in a specific country as pilot. But I would like to remind you again, the most important thing is that even if you test a solution in one region, one city, one country, you have to demonstrate that this solution is replicable in all Europe and possibly also in associated countries or all over the world. It depends on the topic. Any question on this topic?
So I think this is an innovation action, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So that means you need to find which are the starting projects in order to build such a proposal. So either is the one that Flavia just suggested in the next slide, or any other that you might investigate from the Cordis database. But don't start doing anything else, as this is your starting point to find out what are the solutions that have been developed so far that should be used at the beginning of the project that is going to be granted the funding. Okay, Flavia, you can go on with the next.
Thank you. The second topic is Zero Pollution 012, best available techniques to recover or recycle fertilizing products from secondary raw materials. The policy context is related to the European Green Deal and the Zero Pollution Action Plan. Is a CSA, so a coordination and support action. We have a total of 4 million, and each project we can ask 2 million as requested budget. So probably there will be 2 proposals to be financed under this topic. The expected outcomes are related to the creation of alternative fertilizing products recovered from secondary raw materials, enabling lower environmental impacts on soil, water, and air quality, biodiversity, and climate, enabling also circularity. Best available techniques aim to recovering and recycling technical feasibility, environmental performance, and socioeconomic aspects. And you should also take into account the collection and sharing of EU and international stakeholders. The related impacts linked to this topic are the halt and eliminate pollution and the balance of NLP flows, like the previous topic. The scope is related to the collection of data on existing installation and case studies that already converted secondary raw materials. So you should start from what has been already done. You should focus also on urban and industrial wastewater and sewage sludge, bio-waste, digestate and treat manure. You should also demonstrate to take into account the technical aspects, so cost for installations, maintenance and upgrade. So the European Commission wants to see that you have taken into account also these aspects. We should also make a comparison with conventional processes. Also you should have also focus on the market uptake, so to the future of your solution, and to provide also the recommendations related to the ensure of the deployment of the best available technologies aimed to prevent the emissions of nitrogen and phosphorus to soil, water, and air. Finally, we should establish a forum of stakeholders from Europe and outside. Since it's a coordination and support action, this final part, so the formation of a forum of stakeholders, is really important, because one of the major activities of CSA, of a coordination and support action, is to put together different kind of stakeholders to collaborate together to co-create the results in a collaborative way. In this topic, the international cooperation is encouraged. You should collaborate with previous EU-funded projects. Also foresee a collaboration also with the project funded under the mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters, and the mission A Soil Deal for Europe. And in this case, I would like to invite you to study, to see, if you don't know, the missions Soil and Water, because the missions are brand new, a quite new approach of the European Commission. There are specific topics, specific funding instrument for the missions, and can be really interesting for you to read what are the missions, especially the one about water and soil, to understand the entire and the complex environment in which the European Commission works. You should also take into account the SSH part in order to enhance the societal impact of your work. And in this case, the gender dimension is not mandatory. For this topic, I found out a lot of previous interesting funded projects. The first one is Sea2Land, aiming to provide solutions to help in overcoming challenges related to food production, climate change, and waste reuse. The Sea2Land project is based on the circular economy model, aimed to promote the production of large-scale fertilizer in the EU from the own raw materials. The second project is Fair Play, that is working to protect ecosystems, decrease EU dependence on fertilizer imports, and it's a very important aspect, and to improve resource efficiency through the promotion of alternative kind of fertilizer. The project also will map and assess alternative kind of fertilizers, mainly from secondary raw materials. The third one is the NovaFert project that will review at least 24 alternative fertilizer products. So as you can see, the approach in this sense is the same. So first of all, analyzing the kind of alternative fertilizing that contain recovered nutrients from different waste streams. The project will finally demonstrate the technical, economic, and environmental feasibility and safe use of alternative fertilizing products to finally facilitate the replacement of synthetic and mineral fertilizer. Any question on this topic? If not, I can go on.
Really? We cannot leave you that easily, Flavia. We need you. That's why we want to exploit you as much as possible. So one question is the international cooperation. You say, the beneficiaries here are based in Turkey. Turkey is an associate country.
Yeah.
Can we consider partnerships with Turkish beneficiaries that are complying with international cooperation, or we need someone that is outside the associate countries agreement, like in Africa or somewhere else?
When the European Commission states that international cooperation is encouraged, it refers to the countries, the third countries, so not the member state nor the associated countries, so the other ones. One important thing is that the countries like Africa and low middle income countries can receive the contribution, the EU contribution in terms of budget. While industrialized countries such as the United States or China or Japan can't receive budget if not explicitly mentioned in the topic. In this case, the European Commission for this topic is really general. So you can decide which country involved, which organization involved to address the international cooperation. The most important thing is that you have to demonstrate the real value of the international partners you are involved, because the European Commission want to see that this external partner, that international partner is really crucial for your work. Otherwise, my recommendation is to, since the international cooperation is not a mandatory requirement, if you don't find an external international partner to involve that is really valuable for your project, you can you can also avoid to involve international partners. You have to select a very useful international partner, otherwise you can skip this part because it's not a mandatory requirement.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other clarifications, questions from the audience? Okay, Flavia, thank you. You can go on. So
Okay.
we can have, I think, 3 more topics. So probably we'll finish and we will have our lunch time around 1:30. So we'll have that.
I try to go faster.
Okay, thank you.
So the other topic is Zero Pollution 0103. Is a research innovation action with 7 million of budget. So only one topic will be selected. The policy contexts are the one you can see in the slide. The expected outcomes are related to the increase overall knowledge of the environmental and climate impact stemming from food systems, the robust evidence-based understanding of the impact of food system related to direct and indirect pollution, to improve the capacity in order to reduce the environmental and climate impacts of food systems, and to finally support the actors across the food systems through new available knowledge. About the scope, you should collect relevant qualitative and quantitative data on environmental and climate impacts stemming from food systems. You should increase the accessibility of these data according to the FAIR principles. You should create and provide a new kind of data based on the requirements for the environmental footprint methods. You should assess the impact of food systems from a life cycle perspective, and to identify map opportunities and innovative solutions in the field. You should also include existing good practices that can maximize synergies among the 3 dimensions of sustainability. In this topic, the eligibility criteria, again, is the multi-actor approach. You should have an interdisciplinary approach for this topic. As already said many times, you should bid on existing research project and relevant initiatives in the field. And also in this case, the international cooperation is encouraged by the European Commission. For this topic, I selected two relevant projects. The first one is an old one, through project that aimed to identify and enable transition path to realize successful legume supported production system. So the main sector of this project was the legume production systems, and this project achieved the objective via a true multi-actor approach that balance environmental, economic, and social securities by minimizing environmental impact and optimizing diversity and resilience in commercial and environmental terms throughout the entire food supply chain. The second project is Glamour 1. The aim is to integrate advancement in scientific knowledge about the impact of food chains with application of knowledge to practice to increase food chains sustainability through public bodies and private strategy. So that's it for this topic. Any question?
Any questions on that? It was quite fast. But on that, not for the time being, Flavia, not for the time being.
Okay. So the next topic is 021. It's a two-stage topic about the holistic approaches for effective monitoring of water quality in urban areas. This topic is innovation action. We have a total of 15 million and 5 million per project. So 3 projects will be finally funded by the European Commission. For the policy context, we have the European Green Deal and specifically the Zero Pollution Action Plan and the EU water-related policies. These policies have the final aim to develop and demonstrate a European-wide all-system monitoring approach aimed to address emerging water pollution and water quality assurance in various urban areas. As for the expected outcomes, your project should enhance urban water quality with a view of providing better guidance for policymaking and prioritization by developing integrated urban quality monitoring management plans. You should demonstrate sound, safe, and risk-based urban water quality management plans. And you should increase the uptake of digital tools in the water sector aimed to support water management decisions for all stakeholders. The related impact is the move towards achieving clean and polluted surface water and groundwater bodies in the EU. As for the scope, your proposal has to demonstrate and develop a European-wide all-system monitoring approach, so addressing the policy request of the European Commission to addressing the emerging water pollution. You should also demonstrate to create a new systemic concept and holistic strategy to enhance this urban water quality. In a way that it can be integrated and demonstrated in an operational environment. You should go beyond the conventional pollutants that usually have taken into account, linking drinking and wastewater urban cycles. You should also track the use of the flows of chemicals in the urban areas. So your focus should be the urban areas. You should develop new and refined analytical tools and monitoring methods. So for instance, effect-based monitoring, biological monitoring. And you should finally explore and consolidate the capabilities of real-time monitoring of water quality. For this topic, you should keep in mind that, first of all, action should bring together a wide range of relevant stakeholders with active participation and engagement. So my recommendation is to, again, find a solution to use specific stakeholder engagement tools and methodology. Keep in mind that the participation of urban and catchment river basin managing water authorities and utilities is essential. So the European Commission is explicitly asking to you to involve this kind of entities and to consider the synergies with the funded projects under the topics you can see in the slide. For this reason, I selected two of them. The first one is Water Run, that aims to develop an innovative methodology to contribute to the implementation of urban water runoff management plans in cities based on the water-sensitive urban design concept. This methodology is aimed to provide preventing and mitigation solutions, adopting a holistic perspective in order to diffuse water pollution control in urban catchments. The second one is the EU-funded project Stop Up, aimed to define pollution pathways in urban catchments. So, as you can see, the first project, but also this one has the same approach based on the urban area. The project will implement advanced monitoring concepts, online sensors, data processing, and analysis to increase knowledge about pollutants. Furthermore, the project will develop and test innovative technologies for pollution prevention and deliver tools to support the selection and implementation of pollutant mitigation measures. Another recommendation is to include also in this for this topic in your consortium some organization experts in digital sectors. Any question? Otherwise, I can go on, since...
We have one question at the back.
Okay.
Hi, my question is, in our ongoing project, we developed a tool, a web application that is monitoring water quality, but is for irrigation ponds and for the lakes. Is it still possible to apply from this point? Because this is not directly for drinking water. So it's the lakes that treated wastewater is, accumulating in the one ponds or irrigation ponds that is running by farmers or farmer unions. So it's not really directly water that's for urban areas, like for drinking. Is it still possible? Because I guess this is an innovation action. So we developed, it's a beta version. The code, the script, the JavaScript is already on the GitHub. So there are lots of good evidence, good story behind. Can we promote this as a like TRL level 4, I guess, nowadays, up to now 4? Can we promote this idea and increase like up to 6 to 7? Do you think it makes sense?
Yeah, if you can reach the TRL 6 to 7, it can be feasible. Yes, you should demonstrate that you can reach that TRL. Yes, it's feasible.
Also, do you have, is there anyone here that has, that is from a water authority so we have, or access to water authorities? You definitely need to take advantage of that call. Because as you've seen, there is a strong requirement from the European Commission to involve in the consortium as funded partners, water authorities or water management utilities. So your task probably is not to actually initiate a proposal, but to promote your profile as a water management and water utility in potential proposal applicants. Yes, that's a winning case for you. All right. Okay, and the last one before our lunch break and overall. Yes, please.
Okay, the last one is zero pollution.
Sorry for interruption. About
Yes.
water authorities.
Yes.
In our country, the ministries are responsible for the making legislations, something like that. So do they have to do funded, or are they going to be a partner without funds? There is any obligation?
There is no obligation at all, but it is strongly recommended to have also policy makers like ministries.
Okay, one of our ongoing project, we have a partner, the water utility. They are partner also, the funded partner. Yeah, this ongoing project, but we never try before the collaborate with water authorities as a partner, as a funded partner. I just wonder. Okay, there is no obligation.
No obligation, but I think it will be
we can get a letter, a support letter,
or include them.
No, it's not sufficient to have us.
You cannot include letters of intent, so you need to include them as associate partners.
Okay.
As Flavia said. What does that mean? They participate in the project. They are part of the description of the consortium, part A, but they don't receive any funding. They don't sign the contract with the European Commission.
They are going to be stakeholders?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, it's fine.
Yes, of course. So that's a nice schema, to have policy makers as part of your consortium in the format of associate partners. Okay, and the last one before our break, Flavia?
Yes, it's 0 to 2 stage, innovative technology for zero pollution, zero waste biorefineries. For this topic, we have 8 million and in total, and projects can ask 4 million per project, so will be financed 2 projects. Is a research innovation action. The policy context is related to the EU Circular Economy Action Plan, the Bioeconomy Strategy, the European Green Deal, and the Zero Pollution Action Plan. The expected outcomes are related to the enhancement of environmental performances of the bio-based processes approaching the zero waste, zero pollution ambition, and to integrate pollution prevention and control in bio-based systems, targeting soil, water, and air quality, as well as noise levels. The related impacts are the circular bio-based systems to operate within the planetary boundaries, mitigate climate change, and protecting air, water, and soil quality. As for the scope, your proposal should demonstrate to design integrated technical solution aimed to reduce the exhaust flows towards zero pollution. So specifically focused on the extraction, recirculation, fractionation, and conversion. You should also demonstrate to work on the reduction of impacts on climate change and biodiversity, to replace of hazardous substances with safe bio-based ones, to reduce also the noise emissions, to design biorefinery operations towards zero waste, to include case studies on integrated zero pollution solutions in a selected biorefinery, designing the adaptation to all scales. So you should focus on one selected biorefinery, but your solution has to be replicable to all scales. You should also pilot and validating digital innovation and to integrate monitoring system in order to reduce the pollutant emissions and waste production. Similarly to other topics, you should collaborate with EU-funded projects funded under the Circular Bio-Based Europe Joint Undertaking and other similar partnerships. And also you should involve the particular stakeholders such as research institutions that are always involved in research projects, and companies, experts in digital part, and obviously the biorefinery. For this topic, I selected two important projects funded under the CBE joint undertaking. The first one is the Model to Bio project that will develop and validate an innovative model-based decision support tool aimed to predict the physiochemical characteristics of the bio-based residual streams generated in the agri-food sectors. It also will explore the available alternative options for their valorization. And the proposed approach will take into account social, economic, environmental, and regulatory criteria. The second project aims to transform the production plant of lead partner selected in Spain into a multi-product biorefinery with an industrial scale processing capacity of tons per year. Based on a circular model integrated the whole supply chain, the refining process will be optimized on the basis of the feedstock composition in order to finally deliver a maximum value with a minimum environmental impact. Since there are many projects funded under the CBE joint undertaking, I put in this slide also the hyperlink to the list of the projects that you can search for keywords or topics and so on. So this was the last topic. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Flavia. Any questions in the audience? Yes, we have one here. The lady over there.
Thank you. Hello. Actually, we are preparing a proposal for this call, and we have an industrial partner. And in here it says case study. So they have a bioresource, what is this? Bioplan, so bio-based system. So we are going to use this as a case study, but do we have to test this in another case study? There should be multiple, like more than one.
You can have only one case study.
One case study is enough, okay. Because since they are private sectors, maybe there can be a rivalry between companies, so it will be hard for us to, get multiple private sectors in one project. And I have also another question about this TRL in this call. It is TRL 4 and 5. So I have a question about this 5 because it is not clear for me. It says it has to be tested in relevant environments. So is it a bench scale test or it should be like pilot scale application? It's my question.
My perception is that you should test. Let me think. Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud. For instance, in a selected biorefinery, so you have to test the solution in a biorefinery.
Yes. Yes.
So this is why you see also the TRL 5.
Yes, but from a research perspective, so we have different scales. So it is a very different concept, the pilot scale, laboratory scale, and full scale.
Yes, so if I may intervene a little bit, the TRL 5 means that you need to have a pilot test in the biorefinery, but in a limited scale. Okay. What does that mean? With a limited number of end users. Because it's TRL 5. If it was TRL 6, then you need to have a larger number of end users. So for the time being, with a handful of end users in a limited scale is more than enough, and this is what we require here.
Okay, one last question I have, if I may. Yes. So, as you know, if we aim to solve a specific problem, so it can be a different problem from European countries because we want to solve a problem. In Turkey, for example, we have different needs for soil and agriculture. Is this a negative point? So do we have to also involve like European specific problems, or what do you think?
The ideal approach is to manage common problems that can be problems in Italy or in Belgium or common projects that are common in different European countries, or at least in part of Europe. So if you selected only a specific problem related to Turkey, it can be an issue. My recommendation is to manage one issue related to Turkey, but also an issue that can be common in at least another country in Europe. I don't know if I'm clear.
So in other words, to have one pilot in Turkey,
Yeah, and
another European country with similar characteristics or with not that similar, that's step one. And step two, to identify those pilots that you're targeting, which other countries have similar profile. So for the replication thing afterwards. Because
or to demonstrate that the pilot you have in Turkey can be replicated also in European Union. So in probably the problem you have to manage in Turkey is a problem also in another country of Europe. You should explore this possibility and show to the European Commission that what you are testing in Turkey can be replicable also in the European Union.
yes, that's why you need minimum. It's not enough to have one pilot in Turkey, for sure. So you need at least to have another pilot, or if it is, how much is the budget on that, Flavia? The budget of this?
The budget per proposal is 4 million.
So it's 4 million means it's a big project. So you need to have at least 3 pilots in 3 different countries, because it's a 4 million. If it was 1 million, 1.5 million or 2 million, I could go with 2 pilots. But with that budget, you need to go with 4 or so. So that gives us an idea, more or less, how we need and where we need to focus. All right, any further question? What a marathon, eh? I mean, it was a big Thank you, Flavia, for that. I mean, it was exhausting for you. It was exhausting for the participants also to keep focus, but I think they did it quite well. So everyone now deserves a nice lunch. So we're going to have our lunch break up to 2:30, and the lunch break takes place on the ground floor in the restaurant. All right. And what I would like as a food for thought is, now that we went through those calls, as a homework, to identify those calls that you're really interested in. I mean, you need to leave out today with those calls that you want to target, either as a coordinator or as a partner. Yes? It can be 1, 2, 3, but manageable ones. All right. Okay, so enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back, Flavia, at 1:30 your time.
Okay, thank you. See you later. Have a nice lunch.
Great work so far. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, let's start slowly. I hope you had a nice break. You enjoy your lunch. You start thinking which kind of call topics you're going to submit proposals as partners or as coordinators. It's a good starting point, or to sleep over it, as Americans say. And now we are going to have the second part, which is also equally and even more interesting, is how we should build a proposal under Cluster 6. Now, as you do know, it has 3 sections, And based on the agenda, we're going to see the full proposal development cycle first, and then how to build each one of the sections and subsections of the technical description of the proposal. Excellence, impact, and implementation. So I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. Therefore, I will give the floor again to Flavia. Flavia, I hope you had a good rest also. Yes?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
You are still smiling with us, so that's very encouraging. Thank you.
Yeah.
We haven't exhausted you fully. All right, so please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed your break. The session that I'm going to present you is really full of information, but they are very practical. And I hope the information I will share with you will strongly and will concretely support you in the preparation of your proposals. Just a short introduction before I start the presentation. Writing a proposal, especially if it's the first time for an applicant, is not so easy, because there are a lot of formal requirements that the European Commission wants to see into your proposals. But I hope that the materials I will leave you through the presentations will support you in the preparation. I will give you again many information, and if you don't understand or don't catch the point immediately, it's normal. Absolutely. And this is the reason why you can come back to me or your national contact points in any time, because again, I will leave you my presentation to you. Now I'm sharing my screen with the presentation. Okay, so let's start the second part of our work together with defining your role into a project proposal. First of all, you have to decide your role. So you want to be a coordinator or you want to be a project partner. It depends on the specific topic and on the skills you have. To be a coordinator, you have for sure to have management and financial skills inside your team, because being a coordinator is a really strong responsibility. And I talk on my experience because, as already said, I'm a project coordinator, and coordinate a project proposal is very time-consuming. So you have to have a sufficient team that can support you, and because you have to manage, in general, big consortium with 10, 15 people or even more. Many projects have also 30 partners. It depends obviously on the budget the proposal, the topic has. So if you want to be a coordinator, you have to first of all define your idea, because in general, but it's not always the same, the coordinator has the project idea. So you have to define your the core of your idea, to find a suitable funding opportunity, because as you know, as you have seen this morning, the Commission has a top-down approach. So it's not you that define what you want to propose, but it's the Commission that says, I need something, please provide to me exactly what I want. Then you will start to write a proposal and cross your fingers that your proposal will be finally financed. Otherwise, if you want to be a partner, it's a little bit simpler. because you have less responsibilities, but anyway, you have to provide your work, you have to provide your commitment and your responsibility for the task, for the work package you have to address. So if you're a beneficiary, you have to identify your skills and how you can contribute in a project. You have to promote yourself. So during the pitch session events, or during the brokerage events, or with the support of national contact points, you can promote yourself and your skills and your experience. You then will have to join a consortium and define your specific activity within the consortium on the basis of what the coordinator is expected to you and on the basis of the skills you have. Let's start with the coordinator's road. Because the coordinators in general, but can be also a work package leader road, let's say, as the innovative idea. So the first suggestion, you have to ask yourself, is your idea really, really innovative? You have to answer to this question, you have to consult, first of all, the patent database available searching on Google. You can consult the IPR, the European IPR help desk. You have to, as I already stressed many times, check the previous funded project under Horizon 2020 or under the previous framework program. And this research can be done especially through Cordis, the dedicated portal of the European Commission that contains all the already funded projects. You should create a sort of bibliography, or you can consult the other projects or some documents bibliography, and finally search by Google. Another suggestion, in order to find partners, you can search them through your personal contacts. It's my personal opinion that personal contacts, sorry for the repetition, are the best way to find partners, because you can rely on them because you already know them. But obviously you need to be well established in a certain context, in a certain network. Again, you can find partners in Cordis, because Cordis contains all the list of funded projects, but also the list of partners involved in a selected projects. You can participate, as already said, in events, because the European Commission, but also national organizations like TÜBİTAK or APRE in Italy organize events to give applicants the possibility to network among each other. There are specific websites, such as the ones provided by the National Contact Point networks. In each cluster, there are in general brokerage event platforms in which you will have the possibility to network with other people online. So if you have not the possibility to travel, you can use this kind of tools online. The SCP's network, apart this specific website, have a huge variety of services. For instance, in Italy, I don't know in Turkey, but in Italy, when we receive a partner profile from an Italian organization, we usually ask them to fill out a partner profile. And I usually send to the other NCPs all over the world, not only Europe, not only the associated countries, but all over the world, so that partner profile is shared all over. And finally, obviously, on Google, on the basis of the organization you are searching for. Obviously, you have to identify your project idea. your project idea is usually at the center of these three circles. So it's part of the innovation capacity, the available resources that you have internally in your organization, as obviously you have to take into account the funding opportunity in the work program, because again, you have to reply on the European Commission request. I stress a lot this point. I know that it seems obvious, but as a national contact point, I receive a lot of requests for researchers or companies telling me, I have this very innovative idea, but it's not in the work program. How can I do? You have to wait, because you can propose something that is not specifically asked by the European Commission. The only exception, but I don't remember if this version of the Cluster 6 work program, there are some of them, there are open topics that can be more suitable if you have some ideas that are not strictly asked by the European Commission. But on the other hand, the open topics are in general many asked, so it's they are more competitive. So your idea is at the center of these three circles. So you have, as coordinator or as work package leader, define your specific idea. And to define and to summarize your specific idea, you have to prepare, first of all, an abstract. The abstract is 1 page of a Word document summarizing your proposal. The abstract is also useful, first of all, to you in order to understand and to have on a written document your idea. So you can also analyze yourself and your idea, summarizing the proposal. But it's especially important because if you want to search partners, to search for new partners, for new beneficiaries, to convince them that your idea is valuable and they have to participate with you in your proposal, you have to share something with them. So you have to share the objective, so the aim of your proposal, the key research question, challenge you want to address, the background and short description. So what problem are you trying to solve? Is a European priority? Is the solution already available or not? Why now? What would you happen if you did not do it now? You should also summarize the results and impact you want to achieve. How do they want to use the results, the public of the European Commission or the end users in general? How are you planning to transfer the result? The abstract is will be also in the first page of your proposal preparation of your proposal. So you can have a shorter one to disseminate when you are searching for partners, but also you will have to summarize, briefly summarize your proposal for the first page of the proposal that you will submit. You can also include the project consortium that you have so far, the duration and the cost that you can estimate. One of the most important tips I would like to share with you is to organize your time, because the time to the opening of the call, from the opening of the call to the call deadline seems long because there are many months. But actually, many applicants arrive in a hurry in the last part of the proposal preparation, and it's not an efficient way of working, in my opinion, and it can cause errors, mistakes in the proposal preparation. So, especially if you are a coordinator, you have to organize efficiently your time. So 5-6 months before the deadline, you have to decide the aim of the project, the research question, the distribution of work among your project. You can have the first consortium meeting with the partners you have identified so far. The second stage is the starting of the proposal writing, so 4 to 5 months before the deadline. So you can start collecting inputs from partners, work package leaders, and coordinators. The coordinator should provide inputs as well. The third stage is the first proposal draft, 3 months before the deadline, is summarized by lead, scientific part, and the support service, so science, impact, implementation. The fourth stage is the in and out, is the one I call in or out. So you have to have the final agreement on the final composition of the consortium with the core group meeting to decide that the consortium is closed. We have on board all the expertise we need, so the game is over at that point regarding the consortium composition. And I suggest you to close the consortium 3 months before deadline. The fifth stage is the full proposal completion. The last 2 months will be dedicated to the writing, including editing, proofreading, and external review if you want to have this kind of review. You can ask to consultancy agency, but also to national contact points to review the proposals, but only for the administrative part, organizational part, because as a national contact point, obviously we can't provide you suggestions on the research part, because we are not, in the majority of cases, researchers. So we can't enter in the specific research work of the consortium. So just to give you some average time of the work, of the time you will spend, the coordinator approximately we spend 45 to 60 working days full time on the proposal preparation. The work package leader 9 to 14 working days, and approximately the 50% of the work is on emails, because there are a lot of, if you have experience in proposal preparation, you know that we send a lot of emails among the different partners to make agreements on certain points, or the coordinator send a lot of email to stress the partners to be proactive or to ask several inputs. So take into account that it's really time consuming, especially for the coordinator and the work package leader. From the idea you have to the project can pass 3 to 6 months. So you can start with your project idea. There will be the phase of the proposal writing, and then you will have to submit your proposal. The European Commission usually takes 5 months to evaluate your proposal. So after 5 months, you will receive the first indication from DSE. You can receive different kind of communication. Your proposal is granted, so you will pass to the second step, that is the grant agreement proposal preparation. So you have to negotiate some parts of your proposal with the project officer that the European Commission will assign to your proposal, to your project, or you can be on the reserve list. So the European Commission informs you that you are in the list. Your proposal is valuable, but the funds of the European Commission is not sufficient at that moment. So the European Commission will inform you in case some other funds will be available in the future, and that in that case you will be financed. But honestly, it's not so common that this happens. And finally, your proposal can be rejected, obviously, or under the threshold, because we will see the scores in the next slides. But if you not have a minimum of 10, your proposals is under score, under the threshold. The grant agreement preparation, if your proposal will be accepted, lasts 3 months. So the first indication from the EC, then you will prepare the grant agreement, and then you sign the grant agreement. The sign, it's mainly among the coordinator and the project officer, the European Commission. But each partner sign the grant agreement. The grant agreement is the document that regulates your work and the promises, let's say, you have done to the European Commission. The first activity in general you will have to perform is the kickoff meeting, in which each work package leader will present their own work package, and the consortium fix the following the next activities in general for the first 9 months. Projects in Horizon Europe usually last from 3 to 5 years. In general, the European Commission doesn't set exact duration, but in some topics it's the European Commission that set the exact duration of the project, but you can decide the duration on the basis of the activities you want to perform, and especially on the budget. During the project, you will have some reporting periods, in general 2 or 3 reporting periods. It depends on the years of the project. During the reporting period, you will have to report the activities you have performed and both the financial part, so the money you spent for the project. Then the project will finish, and you will have the final meeting when you will present the results of the project, in general also to the European Commission. So let's start with the concrete evaluation criteria for, first of all, the research innovation action and the innovation action. As already said, both kind of instruments are dedicated to the research part. The research innovation action is the first part of the research activities. The innovation action is more related to a step further in the research activity. The evaluation criteria in Horizon Europe are very similar to the ones of Horizon 2020, and I think you are familiar with them. The first one is the excellence. So the European Commission evaluate the clarity and pertinence of the project objectives and the extent to which the proposed activity, the proposed work is ambitious and goes beyond the state of the art. Furthermore, the European Commission wants to see your methodology, including the underlying concept, the models you will use, the assumption, interdisciplinary approaches, the appropriate consideration of the gender dimension, the quality of open science practices, or the engagement of the citizen and civil society, or the use of IPR, the intellectual property, when obviously appropriate. The second evaluation criteria is the impact. In this section, the European Commission evaluates the credibility of the pathways that you will use to achieve the expected outcomes and impact. that are specified, as we have seen this morning, in the work program, and the likely scale and significance of the contribution due to the project. Furthermore, the Commission will also assess the suitability and quality of the measure to maximize the impact, the expected outcomes, and setting out the dissemination exploitation plan, including the dissemination activities. The new approach of the European Commission used within the Horizon Europe framework program is the so-called key impacts pathways. But we will see in details when we will talk about the impact specifically. The third evaluation criteria is about the quality and efficiency of the implementation. This part is related to the actual way of you will organize your work. So the Commission will assess the quality and effectiveness of the work plan you have structured, the assessment of risks, the way you plan to manage them, the way you have organized the work packages and the resources overall. The Commission also evaluate the capacity and role of each participant and the extent to which the consortium as a whole brings together the necessary expertise. Just a remind you, the quality of applicants is assessed under implementation rather than a separate binary assessment of operational capacity. This is important because the assessment of management structure has been removed in Horizon Europe. It was present in Horizon 2020. As for the CSA, we have the excellence in which the European Commission assesses the clarity and pertinence of project objectives, the quality of proposed coordination and support measures, including the soundness of methodology. For the impact, the European Commission, similarly to the RIA and HIA, evaluate the outcomes and the pathways to achieve the expected outcomes and impacts, and the measure to maximize the impacts, including the communication activities. For the quality and efficiency of the implementation is the same approach that the one used for the research innovation action and innovation action. But which is the solution when we have ex aequo proposals? In that case, the European Commission goes by order of priority. So first of all, to select the winning proposal, the European Commission takes into account the aspect of the specific call that are not otherwise being covered by more highly ranked proposals. Secondly, on the basis of the kind of activities, so IA, RIA on CSA, there are different scores, different measures. For instance, the innovation action, the impact session is more important. While in the research innovation action, the score you have in excellence is more important than the impact. The third one is quite new in Horizon Europe framework program, because in case of ex aequo proposals, the European Commission assess if you have integrate the gender dimension into your proposals. Obviously, only if the topic explicitly doesn't explicitly says that it's not mandatory for that specific topic that the gender dimension is to take into account. But since the gender dimension is a mandatory requirement for the majority of topics, it becomes a criteria for ex aequo proposals. Another way to select the winning one is to consider the geographical diversity, because one of the most important aspects that I forgot to mention before in organizing your consortium is to have a balanced geographical representation. So you have to cover, especially in case you will collaborate with many European partners, you have to cover the northern part, the middle part, the south part, in the eastern part, in a homogenic way. Obviously, it depends always on the topic request, because there are many topics requesting a focus on specific countries, but the most important thing is that there will be there won't be many partners of the same countries. A project, a successful proposal can't have 10 partners from France, sorry, or 5 partners from Belgium, because it's not balanced. So let's see together now the application form, the proposal template. In Reso Europe, the proposal, the template in Horizon Europe is quite similar to the one used in Horizon 2020. There are some differences, but not so relevant. But the first thing I would like to stress is the proposal template is divided into 2 sections. The first one is part A, is web generated by the IT system of the European Commission through the funding and tender portals. And it's based on the information that the participants autonomously entered through the submission systems. Part B is related to the narrative part of the work, so in which you have the 3 sections: impact, excellence, impact, implementation. And part B needs to be uploaded as a PDF file through the funding and tender portals, following the templates downloaded by the applicants in the submission system for the specific call. So you have to search the topic into the funding and tender portal and download the template for that specific topic. In this way, you are sure 100% that it's the correct template. But what is expected from the applicants by the European Commission side? First of all, you have to check carefully the topic description. I stressed a lot of time this morning, but also previously, the importance of check and read very, very carefully the topic and address all parts of the topic. You have in some way to extrapolate the different parts of the topic and try to address and try to have a solution for each paragraph of the topic. Only in this way you can be sure 100% that you address all the European Commission requests. So you have to, as you can see in the slide, read the title and specific conditions that are at the beginning of the topic. So the indicative budget, the further eligibility conditions, because in many topics now, for instance, there are the lump sum topics, and this request can be readable within the table you can find at the top of the topic description, the type of action, the expected outcome, and the scope. But how is the proposal structured? So let's enter into the deeply into the proposal. Again, the part A is composed by the abstract that I previously mentioned. So it's the first page of the proposal dedicated to summarize briefly the proposal, the administrative data of the consortium. So each partner will have 1-2 pages in which there are all the administrative information, and the budget table. And the part A, again, is not a separate document, but is generated automatically when you put the data within the system, the European Commission system. In addition, the part A contains the researchers table, in which you have to indicate the list of researchers included into your organization. The role of participating organization, so each beneficiary should state which is the role and the skills they have within the proposal, the self-declaration on gender equality plan, because you for sure know that each organization in Horizon Europe that belongs to a public institution, or university institution, has the mandatory obligation to have the gender equality plan. And there are all the specificity or the details that a gender equality plan has to have. But first of all, any organization has to have in its own website the gender equality plan available. Otherwise, it can participate in Horizon Europe. So pay attention to this aspect. Furthermore, there is the ethics self-assessment, the security questionnaires, and the information on participants' previous activities. So each beneficiary will indicate the projects and the initiatives, the networks in which the organization has been involved in the past, obviously in relation to the specific topic. The page limit is 45 pages for research innovation action, and 50 pages for topics using lump sum, because they have to include the specific tables for the lump sum. In these pages, we include the title pages and the list of participants. The part B is the narrative part of your proposal, in which you expose, in which you write down which is your proposal, your idea. It's divided into 3 parts, again, excellence, impact, and implementation, that corresponds to the evaluation criteria. In addition to these parts, there is a glossary of terms to ensure consistency, and some annexes, so, the security template and the eligibility table if request, and the lump sum table where relevant. So let's start with the first criterion and the first section of the proposal template. But first of all, I would like to ask you, before going on, if you have some questions so far.
A little bit, try once more.
Okay. Hello, Flavia. First of all, thank you for your devoted and fulfilling presentation. I am working for Izmir municipality here in Turkey, and we have EU branch there. We have taken part in some Horizon consortiums, and we have kind of experience about it, but what I would like to ask is like some coordinators approach us seems to take feedback from the commission, and do you suggest this method, and do you think that all these efforts worth it to take feedback for applying? And like, in other words, if I stumble the question, like the calls repeat themselves, like their profile repeat themselves. I mean, if they take some feedback from the commission, and then can they apply again with the same profile of the consortium and the project?
Okay, for sure, I understand your second question. Since the evaluators of the proposal are not always the same, my suggestion is always to try to resubmit a proposal, even with the same idea and the same consortium. Obviously, since the topics are not always the same, you should adapt your project already submitted to the new topic. It's not so simple, but I've seen many projects that when the second time presented the proposals, they won. So it can happen with the same idea adapted and with the same consortium. I'm not sure I understood your first question, because I don't understand the meaning of feedback from the European Commission. Which kind of feedback?
They just apply it to take feedback. I mean,
lobbying the proposal. I mean, they have a proposal idea, they contact the policy officer, and they get some feedback regarding the proposal idea for that specific call. Is this something that you really suggest
No.
project proposals to do?
Yeah.
It's not something
Just
that
because I ask, because sometimes we have faced these kind of things. It seems not a good project, but the coordinators insist us to apply and take part, make all these paperworks, etc. That's why I would like to ask. And I am the first time here that it's not suggested. They always suggested, let's take feedback and let's apply again and so on.
In my opinion, it's not a fair way of acting, honestly. To ask to the PO some kind of feedback, but it can be a successful way. I don't know. I'm not so comfortable in this kind of activity, honestly. So in Italy, we have not this kind of approach, let's say. I have not heard this kind of approach so far.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. There's one more question from the lady down there.
Hello, Flavia. Actually, I want to ask a question about Part A, ethical dimensions. There is a ethics and security section for Part A, and then there's a part where you do your ethics self-assessment. So usually while we are submitting proposals, we cannot get into much detail in this part, and I don't think most of the organizations are doing a proper self-assessment. So I'd like to ask if there is a methodology or a procedure to combine not much detailed self-assessment, but enough for the submission of the systems. Because in RIA and EA, research, innovation, and innovation actions, you can do proper ethics assessments, but for CSAs, we cannot decide on how to proceed with this.
I totally agree with you. It's not so simple to provide the right answers to the ethics self-assessment. Indeed, we usually organize in Italy, but also at the European level, trainings on how to prepare the ethics self-assessment, because the European Commission usually envisage that many projects are not very skilled in prepare the ethics, but also the security self-assessment. In general, the CSA CSA doesn't treat so many ethics issues. It's a really complex topic, the ethics part. If you want, after the presentation, with my slides, I can send you also a brief document made by the European Commission explaining how to proceed with the ethics self-assessment. But my recommendation is to ask if, in general, research organizations or companies as within ethics expert. And you can ask this expert or external expert organization to check the ethics self-assessment before the submission deadline. And it's one of the reasons why you have to prepare the proposals early in advance, because these things are usually left in the last part of the proposal preparation, but they are very, very important.
Thank you. And I'll be looking forward for the documentation about that.
Yeah, for sure.
Any other questions from the audience? What we have? Okay, just one. I just want to know which ones of you from the audience are planning to coordinate a proposal? Because Flavia gave already. We have one person, two brave people that want to submit a proposal. I think we need to applaud them. Let's have them. And with that applause, I hope that some more will be motivated to initiate the proposal as coordinators. There's another. Yes, you are planning to have. You want to ask something? Okay, can we have the gentleman the microphone and the rest? Of course, we will see. Yeah, as Flavia said, there are two paths: as a coordinator and as a partner. We will discuss those tomorrow, and we will have hands-on practice on that. Yes, please.
For those who did not lead the Horizon project or like multi-actor project, I wouldn't suggest. And even if you've done it, still, I don't suggest you to run the project as a coordinator. I'm running one project as a coordinator. It's a headache.
Yes.
And honestly, because if you will have some conflict, you will end up not really in the nice position. So you really need to have also very good and experienced team. Otherwise, to knowing this Brussels rules, it's not like, we can easily solve. So I wouldn't suggest. So I want to be honest.
Thank you for spoiling my workshop. No, I mean, on one hand that is. On the other hand, it is a great learning experience. Of course, it is very effort intensive. But you are going to learn a lot of things. In most of the cases, you might not be successful, but the knowledge that you will require out of that will be tremendous. That's one thing. And the other thing that is extremely important is that this reciprocity thing. What I mean with reciprocity. The best gateway to be invited in proposals is to initiate your own proposals. So you develop one proposal, you invite some partners, and you have a dialogue with them, a communication that you expect at some level those partners that you involve in your proposal to invite you in their own initiatives. So it is it's a very good ticket to allow you to penetrate other consortia. And I remember once that I was giving advice to an organization and we were initiating a proposal and we had an expression of calls for partners. And we said, okay, let's put an online form. Let's invite anyone to submit their profile, but let's put also some other elements. We said, can you contribute in proposal writing? Can you provide associate partners? Can you involve us in other proposal initiatives? So we did a little bit of filtering, and from that, just one proposal that we initiated, we were invited in 5 more proposals. And in overall, we're participating in 6 proposals, not under the same call topic, but in other call topics. But they were interesting and according to our objectives. So, as I said, it will be a great learning experience, a nightmare from the implementation point of view, but it will open you the gateway for some other proposals to be invited. All right? Okay, Flavia. Yes, okay, sorry for that long bracket here. We close the bracket for you. And now, if there are no questions, then we will proceed. And I believe we discuss now each one of the different sections. How we will build the excellence sections, how we will build the impact, and how we will build the implementation. So probably we will finish before our coffee break with the excellence section and see how that proceeds. So Flavia, the floor is yours again.
How many time I have before the first break?
Well, we started a little bit we have half an hour minimum. Minimum
Okay.
half an hour.
Before the coffee break.
That's great, because the coffee break.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay, thank you. So let's start with the excellence part of the proposal. The excellence is divided into 2 subsections. The first one is 1.1, objectives and ambitions. It can be approximately of 4 pages. The second subsection is 1.2, the methodology. It's the major part in which you will explain your research activity. And it can be of about 15 pages, and it will contain all the details of your proposal. The first section is 1.1, objectives and ambition. You should demonstrate, you should show to the European Commission the overall aim of your project. So a short introductory paragraph answering to 5 key questions. First of all, which problem are you trying to solve? Because the topic of the European Commission are aimed to solve some issues, as you know. Is it a European priority or could it be solved at national level? So you have to specify the level of your idea. So is a European priority, and in general, each topic has a European priority. And if you have the solution already available, because your solution can be already available or achievable once the project starts, so in the first stages of your project, of your proposal. Why now? So why your project has to be funded now and not in the future? And why you? Why you are the best consortium to address that necessity of the European Commission? Are you the best consortium to do this work? It's a really important question to address. Then you have to explicit 2-3 overall objectives of the project, and to list then the specific objectives, not more than 5, because otherwise you risk to go to have more than 4 pages for this first subsection. Be careful. Keep in mind that objectives are not activities. The right question to select your objectives is what do I plan to achieve, and not what I'm going to do. It's a big difference. It seems quite the same things, but it's not. So make you the right question. What do I plan to achieve? Not the activity I plan to organize to achieve the result. The objectives that you can indicate your proposal can be organized, can be identified following the SMART criteria to select them. So your objectives have to be specific, measurable, acceptable, realistic, and timely. So first of all, they have to be specific and concrete. What exactly are you going to achieve? Is the objective written in a clear way and a comprehensible way? The objective have to be measurable. So how can you tell if the objective is reached? We need numbers, we need data. Are there clear indicators or parameters to measure the objectives? And we need this kind of parameters. They need to have to be acceptable. And in this case, the role of the stakeholders you plan to involve is crucial. So you need to demonstrate that your objectives will be or are already acceptable by the stakeholders. Do the objective provide an acceptable solution to the problem? It's another important question. They have to be realistic. Is the objective or are the objectives achievable given the time and the resources committed? Because many times the European Commission rejected a proposal because the objectives are not realistic. So you have to measure, we have to demonstrate that our objective can be really achievable. On the basis of the time we have, so in general we have 3 years, 5 years at maximum, and on the basis of the budget we have, because to create something we need for sure resource in terms of team and money. Finally, your objective needs to be timely achieved. So when will the objectives be achieved? In general, your objectives for the proposal need to be achievable and achieved by the end of the project. Otherwise, the Commission will not finance your idea, your proposal. Some suggestions. I try to be really practical in giving you this presentation, so I like to give you some concrete suggestions. First of all, there is usually one main overarching goal, an overall objective, and several subordinate ones, more specific objectives, the specific ones. You should list both. So you can start your excellence section with the overall objective and then list the other ones. Not too many, as already said. To a certain part, the project objectives are usually already included in the topic test. So you have to simply take the topic test that already contains the objectives and address objective per objective, because the European Commission wants to have the problem identified to be solved. The objectives are a result of the selected topic, obviously, and the concept and approach the consortium has chosen for this topic. So it's a sort of combination. You should take strongly into account the topic, adapting in some way, and using your concept, your methodology, your approach. Again, the objectives and ambition subsection should have 4 pages. Objectives included in this section should be consistent with expected and identified exploitation and impact of the project. So there have to be links between these parts. The objectives should describe, the proposal should describe the objectives for the project, which should be clear, measurable, realistic, achievable, again, within the duration of the project. Furthermore, you have to describe how your project and goes beyond the state of the art. So you have to prove to the European Commission that you know what is the state of the art in the specific context you are working in, and the extent the proposed work is ambitious. You have to indicate any exceptional groundbreaking research and innovation, novel concept and approaches, new products, services or business and organizational models that are very, very innovative. You should describe also where the proposed work is positioned in terms of research and innovation maturity. For instance, where it is situated, where it is placed in the spectrum from idea to application. So you have to identify in which phase of the development is your idea. Where applicable, you have to provide an indication of the TRL. And you should also indicate the TRL you have at the beginning of the project and the TRL you will have at the end of the project itself. Finally, you should describe the groundbreaking nature of your objectives. So all the innovation potential. Some suggestions, because the ambition is the part in which you have to demonstrate again in which way your proposal will go beyond the state of the art. First of all, you have to compare the present situation, so you have to study a lot to understand and to know very well which is the state of the art of the technology, of the research, of the solutions already deployed so far in your context, versus the future situation, also post-project. This comparison says to the European Commission that you are strongly committed in providing a very useful solution, because you know the situation in the past, and you will work strongly in change and innovate the future. You have to show the innovation potential of the project results. You have to demonstrate my solution is the most innovative in now. You can have comparative tables, present versus future, if it's the case, because the tables helps the evaluator to see clearly and graphically your idea and the differences in this case. The abbreviations and acronyms need to be always explained, at least the first time you mention that abbreviation, because evaluators are not always, let's say, completely aware of all technical aspects. As for the methodology, again, let's make a great distinction. Before starting the preparation of the methodology, you have to make yourself the right question, not what exactly and when will my work be done, but how will the objectives be reached? So we started with the objectives, defining our aim that are not activities again. And now in the methodology, we will explain to the evaluator how, in which way the objectives will be reached. So the methodology is the crucial part of your work because it defines your innovative idea and the approach you will follow. So first of all, you have to describe and explain the overall methodology, including the concept, the models, the assumptions that are the basis of your work. You have to explain to the European Commission how this will enable you to deliver the results and the objectives of your work. It's important that you refer to any important challenges you may have identified in the chosen methodology and how you intend to overcome them. Secondly, you should describe national, international, regional research and innovation activities whose results will feed into the project. And how these activities can be linked to your project. So in the view of the exploitable results, we will talk about the exploitation in the second part of our presentation. Furthermore, you have to explain how expertise and methods from different disciplines will be brought together and integrated in pursuit of your objectives. In general, one of the best approach and sometimes requested directly by the European Commission is the interdisciplinary approach. And but if you consider that this interdisciplinary approach is unnecessary, you have to provide a justification because in general, the winning consortia are the ones that contains in an homogeneous way, in a heterogeneous way, different kind of expertise and disciplinary. Lastly, for topics where the work program indicates the need of the integration of social science and humanities, probably I already said this in this morning, you should show the role of these disciplines in the project, or you should provide a justification if you consider that these disciplines are not relevant for your project. But especially for the topics that you have seen this morning where the TAR SSH flagged, you have a mandatory way to include this aspect in your proposal in the methodology section. Other cross-cutting issues, other horizontal issues can regard the gender dimension. You have mandatory to include a section paragraph for the gender dimension. The only exception are if the topic says the gender dimension is not mandatory for the topic. But in the other cases, you have to address the gender dimension. So you have to prove that you will include, that you will integrate the gender dimension into your research. So you have to consider the gender aspect into your concrete research work. Another important aspect is represented by the open science practices. It's a crucial aspect that the European Commission wants to say within the European project. So you have to describe how these open science practices are implemented as an integral part of your work, of your methodology. So you have to show how the choice of practices and the implementation are adapted on the basis of your work in a way that will increase the chances of the project to deliver its objectives. Concretely, the methodology in the 15 pages recommended should contain research data management and management of other research outputs, the types of data and the research outputs, so for instance, experimental, images, text, numerical, and so on and so forth, and their estimated size, the findability of data, types of persistent and unique identifiers, for instance, digital object identifiers. Moreover, the accessibility of data and the research output. So you have to consider the protection of your results with the IPR and timeline for open access. Your data should take into account the interoperability, so standards, formats, and vocabularies for data and metadata. Your data have to be reusable, so you have to foresee licenses for data sharing and reuse, for instance, Creative Commons, Open Data Commons, etc. Availability of tools, software, models for data generation, and so forth. Finally, the curation and storage preservation costs. So you have to demonstrate to the European Commission that you plan to have preservation costs, person, team responsible for data management and quality assurance. Now I put in this slide a practical example for the excellence part, especially the objectives one. So it's not contained in this slide, but before this table, there is the main objective of the project, and that table summarizes the specific objectives. So you have the green line in which is indicated the specific objective. So establish multi-actor regional platform, etc., etc. The second part contains the expected result in terms of numbers. The European Commission wants to see the numbers, the indicators. So, for instance, this project will have 270 stakeholders involved in 9 regional hubs, etc. The one publication, etc. And the pertinence with in relation to the topic. In this way, you are demonstrating to the European Commission that you are addressing the objective stated within the topic, with your objective specific, and with concrete numbers, concrete indicators, and concrete results that you want to achieve. And it's made for each specific objective. Again, my suggestion is to not have more than 5 specific objectives, because it's unrealistic to achieve more than 5 specific objectives in 3 to 5 years. Another practical example took from another project is the ambition example. And related to going beyond the state of the art. The proposal in this table indicate the challenge, the specific objective, and how in this in relation to the specific challenge, how the proposal will go beyond the state of the art. So, for example, the implementation of fair business model in the bioeconomy will target a broad audience of business sectors, policymakers, is really specific. How, with the mobilization of diverse participants in stakeholder panel, organized co-creation, it's something that has not been organized in the past in relation to the challenge, to the first challenge indicated by the project. And as you can see, in relation to the multi-actor approach, it is also mentioned in the ambition. So using the multi-actor approach, the project will create a cooperative environment that will boost the collaboration and the peer-to-peer knowledge exchange among actors. So to come back to what I said this morning, the multi-actor approach in the topics where it's relevant is really, really important and has to be included in many parts of the proposal. Some other suggestions about the overall methodology, the description of the overall methodology. First of all, you have to ask yourself how will be solved the problems and needs described. You have to be very, very detailed. The European Commission wants to see details, not words, many words without a concrete perception. So you have to describe in a detailed but concise way your solution. You have to take into account the rationale why the project is composed in this way. So why to reach your objectives and to solve the solution, you have structured your idea in this way, in the different stages identified, research, demonstration, etc. You can also have a flow chart in order to make easier to the evaluators to visualize the phases of your project. It can be really, really useful, and usually the evaluators like this kind of visualization. And you also have to verify the coherence among objectives, activities, and results, because they are not three different and separate pillars, but they have to be coherent. The objectives are useful for the results. Before going further, you have to ask yourself, does chapter 1, so the excellence, create curiosity and stimulates to carry on reading? Because it's the first image that the evaluator has of your project. So it needs to be appealing, catchy for the evaluator, because it's the first impression that the evaluator says of your project. Secondly, does the layout encourage reading? Because many times the evaluators report the layout is really difficult to be followed, to be readable, because it's too small, or there are a lot of text and no images, no graphs, and it can discourage in some way the evaluators. Then you have to check the consistency across chapter 1 and across the entire proposal once it's completed. Are the abbreviations explained? It's really important, because in the European context, or in general in the research context, technological context, there are a lot of abbreviations, and again you have to explain them when first occurring, obviously. Are the figures self-explanatory, or you have to explain better the graph, the tables, the figures? And finally, do you get all required information? What is missing? What is overdone? To answer to these, especially to these final questions, my recommendation is to ask the collaboration of the entire consortium, because many eyes that read the proposal are better than only the coordinator or one work package leader eyes. So let's work together to understand if you are missing something in the excellence. Okay, so I stop here for the excellence part. Any question? I can't hear you. I don't know why.
Now, so we have
Okay.
we have some questions from the audience, but before giving the floor to them, I just have to say that I really like the examples that you shared in the excellent section. They were really useful to give us an insight and transform theory into practice. So we have a very good starting point. I also like the tips that you shared, also especially that you start your proposal without going directly to the objectives, but you give an overall frame of the high value of your proposal, why this proposal, what is the challenge, why now, why you, and etc. So all these, I think, are essential elements for our audience to take into consideration. Okay, so we have now the question from our colleague here. Please, here, lady.
Flavia, thank you for the fluent presentation. Maybe it's not a question, but I would like to express myself about ChatGPT contents. I think, most of the researchers started to use machine learning models in order to create contents. So, we used to create the contents as human, but now we are taking support of ChatGPT. So, I think there will be a competition between the contents while evaluating the proposals in the coming future. What do you think about this? Do we need to cope, or should we use ChatGPT or other models?
I can understand your concern about the use of these new tools. I think that unfortunately, you as a researchers company have to cope, unfortunately, with this new development, because we can't intervene so far in order to exclude this kind of tools. I don't know if the European Commission is thinking about a way of avoiding this situation. I'm not aware of any activity of the European Commission in this sense. But unfortunately, I think that you have to cope. So for the moment with this situation. Obviously, as a national contact point, as expert in framework program, I recommend to use the traditional way of prepare a proposal, but it's only my opinion, my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Who has used GPT in proposal writing before? Yes. First of all, so the comment that was raised from your colleague is it's not ethical to use ChatGPT on one hand, especially in scientific papers. in the research papers. The research community is using ChatGPT or BART or other generative AI tools for accelerating the development of the process. It is impossible to have, for the time being, an AI tool to substitute the full proposal writing. Even if you do that, which is possible, the proposal is going to be of very low quality. So using ChatGPT for literature review is very common in scientific papers, and I don't think it is something bad to ask the ChatGPT to give you a summary of the papers that are related to your topic that you want to apply. Yes. So so my comment is depending on the way that you are using. You're making a lot of noise and you're distracting me. Please. So. So the idea behind AI is not to substitute your own skills, but to use it as a tool. In the same way that we have a computer instead of a pencil to write our proposal, because we can even use a pencil and use a paper and start writing a proposal. But that is something that is not efficient anymore, and we had to become familiar with word processing. But 30 years ago, we had to write everything on paper. So, but researchers now became familiar with word processing in computers. The same applies, or the same will apply for AI tools. You need to learn how to use them to your advantage. One thing can be that one. Tomorrow you will see also some other tools, because we had a training in Istanbul on AI tools yesterday and the day before yesterday. So we explained there how you can use AI tools for writing a proposal. But tomorrow you will see some tips on how this can be helpful in your process, in the follow-up steps. But overall, what I would like to say is that it's up to you to decide whether you will still writing with a pen and paper, or you will still have to use word processing for writing the proposal. Now the point is how even if you have a word processing machine, Word, or if you have if you're writing something on paper with a pen, if you don't use your own intelligence, it will not be that useful and that of high quality. So for me, if you ask me, my personal view is, as Flavia said, you have to cope with AI, with ChatGPT and the other tools. You have to cope with them. It is a reality. So either you keep on working with a pen and paper, or you use ChatGPT. Not now, probably. It will be by far more and more popular in the upcoming months. Okay, thank you. Sorry, one question.
If you are using ChatGPT or any AI to mention, you have to have mention that which part have been written by the help of the AI when you are writing a paper. I'm not sure whether European Commission is going to ask that kind of information. As I know that when you use ChatGPT, it is not bringing all correct information to you. So you have to be aware of what is written there. It is not perfect. Maybe in the future it is going to be perfect. But the other things, whether you got education or yesterday you said that we got things about the proposal writing. When we put our writing part into there to correct the English, is it going to be stored there and it is going to be seen that we took from AI or not?
Okay, there are two. We're opening a subject that probably is not part of this workshop, but
true.
I will answer very quickly that, and then I will give the floor to Flavia if there are no other questions. First of all, there are two issues. One is how sensitive is your data, how safe is your data that you share with an AI? Well, it's not. So you need to be always aware when you share something that is used for training the model, so that somehow it is stored somewhere that you don't have control. So you have to be careful what kind of things you are sharing with the AI tool. That's one thing. And the other thing that you said, whether when you use AI for checking your grammar, and whether you need to mention that at some extent somewhere, at least in the proposal phase, in the application phase as it is now, you don't have to do that, of course. And there is no reason of doing that. It's just one other tool that you have in your toolkit for making the proposal nicer and better. Now, any other questions? Do you have any other question? Okay. One at the back or remark? And then we're going to have our break after we finish the questions. Yes? One moment, because also Flavia to be able to hear that.
So I have a question about beyond the state of art.
Yes.
Often we are challenging with this part. Yes, great that you go back. Yeah. For instance, we submitted a proposal this year, and even I can tell the title of the proposal: Integrated Adaptive Wastewater Management Plans in Mediterranean region. Our some of the parts, like especially by the evaluator, especially written, this is not beyond the state of the art. So, but for instance, there are some projects are accepted. The topics that we work on similar, it's not totally different. It's very difficult to, you know, properly write this part. Like, do you have any special tips for us? Like, you know, what needs to be done, like, in order to write properly this beyond the state of the art? Because, for instance, now we are writing a proposal that a partner is using a drone to monitor the plants' health, disease identification, like soil moisture, blah blah. But to me, it's not beyond the state of the art because it's already there. So I want in the project to increase this beyond the state of the art, like really fit. An evaluator will say, yes, this is like beyond the state of the art.
Okay, I see your point. It's not a simple section to be prepared. I admit it, but it's really crucial, as already said, because it's aimed to demonstrate the innovative part, the innovation part of your work. So it's a part on which you have to dedicate a long time, because you have to study the context. So if your partner, in your example, is using a drone in certain application, you have to check if the drone itself is not an innovative tool, no? You agree with me? But you have to check if in the specific situation the use of drone is an innovative aspect in a certain context. But I want to say that it's not only the one specific part of your project that can cause an issue in this session. I'm going to explain you. Your project will be composed by different activities, not only the drone, no? The drone application. You can have the drone application that is not so innovative, for instance, or yes, if you study and you find out that it's innovative in a specific context. And you can have a methodology, another kind of technology developed, another kind of database developed in the project that goes beyond the state of the art. This section proves to you, first of all, if your idea is really innovative, because after your study, after the study of the present and past situation, you find out that your innovation that you think is an innovation is not so innovative, probably you have to rethink about your proposal. I'm trying to be honestly 100%, no, with you. So if you find out that the drones applied in a specific sector is not so innovative because it's used by many companies, many projects, you have to invent something more in order to going beyond the state of the art.
For instance, if you will add, for instance, a portal or any other tool or something else to combine with, do you think will it convince the evaluator, or like we really have to develop like, you know, game changer solution?
I can give you an exact answer because it strictly depends on the topic, no? The topic you are answering for. But if you demonstrate that in some way your proposal in the general proposal approach is innovative, it's fine. Not for the single specific activity, not for the single specific technology only, but in general. Yes, you can overcome in some way the issue, but again, it's a table of proof in some way. This part of the proposal, because it shows it can show to you if your project is innovative or not, and again, pay attention in filling it, because the evaluators pay really attention on this section.
Okay, thank you for that. Just to recapitulate, I'll say a little bit about the state-of-the-art analysis. It was mentioned. It is the most important element of the whole proposal. As Flavia said, it's the core of your whole proposal. If your state-of-the-art analysis is weak, your objectives will be weak, because the objectives are actually to go beyond what is already in the state-of-the-art. So if you're not having a convincing and well-justified analysis of what are the current limitations in the research innovation community, and your objectives are to overcome those, and the methodology is how you're going to overcome those limitations, if you don't have a very convincing state-of-the-art analysis, the methodology will be weak, the high value of the objectives will be weak. So the suggestion is someone or a group of experts in the domain, they should spend time, 1 week, 2 weeks, and make a very concrete, well-justified state-of-the-art analysis, and then everything else will be built on that. Okay. All right, shall we have a break probably we have to go up to 5 o'clock today because the time is running and there were a lot of questions. Sorry about that. So let's have a break for 10 minutes maximum, 5-10 minutes. I say 5, so in 10 minutes we can come back. Flavia, thank you for that, if that is okay.
Thank you.
With you also to go a little bit beyond and finish at 5 o'clock because we have a lot of questions and you see there's a lot of interest from your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Shall we begin, please? We don't have that much time. Please gather. Please take your seats if you want to finish as early as possible. Otherwise, it will get dark here. Please take your seats quickly. Thank you. Okay, Flavia, so you have something like half an hour to complete impact and implementation. Good luck.
Okay, it's a challenge, but I can do it.
Please be quiet. Please be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Please be quiet. Take your seats so we can finish in time. Please. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Flavia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So the second section of the proposal is the impact. The major aim of this section is to show to the European Commission that you pass from the project activities to the impact. In the slide, you can see the flow from the activities that produce the outputs, which through you will use create outcomes and results that are the final results of your project. The most important things that I would like to stress, first of all, is the impact is what happens by use or non-use of others than our primary target group. For instance, a secondary or even not intended audience. I will go a little bit faster since we are late. But first of all, we have to define what are the project results. The results are any tangible or intangible output of the action, such as data, knowledge, and information, whatever they form or nature, and whether they can be protected. Key exploitable results that you have to identify into your proposal are the outputs generated during the project, which can be used and create a related impact, and can be used by the project partners or by the other stakeholders, the external ones. Project results can be reusable and exploitable. I would say should be reusable and exploitable. As such, or elements of the project result that have a potential to contribute to further work in the future after the project ends. There are different kind of impacts that you have to take into account in drafting this section. There is the results-oriented impact, usually quantitative, measurable results, such as the creation of jobs that we have seen in the destination description this morning, new publications, patents, reduction of something, etc. The behavioral impacts, so changes in the social, economic behavior. So, for instance, changes concerning the innovative behavior, changes of environmental behavior, and so on and so forth. There are also scientific, academic research impact, and this focuses on the possible publication, conferences, or any other opportunities that can arise as a result of the project to promote the research field. Socio-economic, so specifically researchers often touch on the new possibilities for job creation, as already said. An important impact is, especially in cluster 6, is related to the environmental impact. So such applications mostly refer to policy papers or guidance documents produced as a result of the research project, and the public engagement, especially related to the multi-actor approach, but also to the social innovation aspect. In this selected sector, researchers describe the varying ways to publicly engage through communication strategies, education, social media, etc. But let's take the part of the evaluators. So what evaluators of Horizon Europe proposals are looking for in the impact section? First of all, the expected impacts described for the topic of the project. So in the impact section, you have to report the impacts included into the topic description. The key performance indicators, including target values, because they are the measures, the measurable data of your project, of your activities, the enhancing innovation capacity and integration of new knowledge, the strengthening competitiveness and growth of industrial partners by developing and delivering innovations and meeting also the market needs, and other environmental and social impacts, as we have just seen. The Horizon Europe evaluators evaluate the effectiveness of the proposed measures, also to exploit and disseminate the project results, and to communicate in general the project. So let's go in deeply. The first subsection is 1.2. There is 2.1. Project pathways towards impact. It can be of 4 pages. Approximately. It aims to provide a narrative explanation on how your project, your idea, results are expected to make a difference in terms of impact beyond the immediate scope and duration of the project. So you have to describe the unique, the innovative contribution of your project results that will make towards, first of all, the outcomes specified in the topics, and secondly, the wider impacts in the long term, specified in the respective destination. So you have to take into account the outcomes described into the topic, but also the impact the European Commission wants to see in the long term. And this perspective is contained in the destination description. Into this subsection, you have to give an indication of the scale and significance of your project contribution to the expected outcomes and impacts, and providing quantified estimates where possible and where is meaningful. You have to describe any requirements and potential barriers that your project outcomes can encounter that may determine whether the desired outcomes and impacts are achieved. And you have to describe any mitigating measure to overcome, to cope with these barriers, the measures you propose, you provide. The other subsection is 2.2, measure to maximize the impact. It's related to the dissemination, exploitation, and communication. It's about 5 pages. It's aimed to describe the planned measures of your project to maximize the impact by providing a first version of the dissemination, exploitation, and communication plan. As you know, this is a standard deliverable that you have to include in your project in the implementation section. But in this section, into the impact one, you have to provide a first version of your dissemination plan, because the European Commission has to know how you plan to disseminate the results of the project. So it will include a draft plan in the proposal as an admissibility condition, unless the work program topic explicitly states otherwise. All measures contained should be proportionate to the scale of the project and should contain concrete action to be implemented both during and after, because we are talking about also the exploitation that is related to the after the end of the project. The elements that this draft plan has to contain are the following: planned measures to maximize the impact of the project results, the target group you have identified, such as the scientific community and users, etc., and proposed channels to interact with them. The communication measures specific for promoting the project and its result, the policy feedback that you will in general provide to the European Commission in the form of a policy brief, for instance, the follow-up plan to foster the exploitation and the market uptake, so the management of the intellectual property. So you have to define in which way you will exploit your results after the end of the project and which partners will cope with this task. Before going on, I would like to give you an important distinction between communication and dissemination. Very basically, communication is about the project in general. So you have the project website in which you will communicate the project and its objectives, the events, some basic information about the project. The dissemination is more related to the results of your project. So the data, the databases you will create, the technology you will create, and can affect the audience you are talking to. So the communication is to generally the general public. The dissemination is dedicated in general to more skilled people involved in your context, and is useful to the future uptake of the results. So it can be related to scientific publication, policy brief, training, demonstration, sharing results on online repository, etc. The exploitation is related to the final phase of the project, when the project will end. So you have to demonstrate that you have taken into account the future of the solution you propose, that not end with the end of the project, but you plan to exploit the solution even after the conclusion of the project. So the utilization of results for scientific, societal, and economic purposes, the group identities that can be interested in use your solution, all results generated during the project. So the form that your solution can have can be a spin-off, a startup, a product, a patent, a PhD thesis, a service, a licensee, a policy change, etc. But we have to define the nature, the form of your result. A great novelty of Horizon Europe is this table. So the impact pathway, in which is a sort of summary, in which you have to summarize what is contained in the previous section of the impact. But in general, you have to connect the specific needs, the expected results, and the dissemination, exploitation, and communication measures. It's a really important tool that the European Commission wants you to use, because it shows your capacity to connect the different parts of your project and to demonstrate the effectiveness and the logic approach of your proposal and the impact, obviously. You have also to include the target groups, that are the end users, the groups that will utilize your results, the outcomes, and the impact. So it's a very comprehensive table. Some suggestions, very concrete. There are different ways of communication. When to disseminate what, it's really important to understand the timing and what to communicate in order to attract attention in the beginning and sell results at the end of the project. So you have not to spoil too many things at the beginning of the project, for instance. Don't forget about the collaboration with other related projects, because the European Commission likes so much the synergies, the collaboration with other entities, with other projects, in order to not duplicate the effort in the same field. The language should be adapted depending on target groups, depending on the countries you have selected for your work. You have to decide where to promote the project. The European Commission wants to know where you plan to present the project: fairs, exhibitions, conference, workshops. If you can indicate the names of the conference, is really fine. How to promote? Via internet, website, newsletter, webinars, blogs, social media, etc. And the material to be generated: flyers, articles, real printed newsletters, and so on. You have to use the results from the project, because otherwise it's useless, your proposal, your project. You should demonstrate that you will use the results. So you have to plan to include a clear view of what is to be published and what could be patented, who is responsible for each publication or IPR. It's really important for the European Commission knows that their money, the money in the Horizon Europe, will be spent in an efficient way, in a useful way. A practical example about impact, you can see in this slide. In the first part, you will see the outputs, direct project results, the work package related for the concrete output, and the outcomes. It's a way to, this sort of table, it's a wise way to show the connection between outputs, outcome, and impacts used by many projects. So the direct project result can be contribute to the innovative governance by integrating and directly bringing together stakeholders from different types with a map and communicating structure and initiative, etc. The outcomes is that the project will improve the transparency as basis of better decision-making process by making the map knowledge more available and accessible. The impacts that contains that the innovative governance will contribute to improve the resilience of European food and bioeconomy system in the face of external shocks and disruption, etc. I will leave you this slide so that you can study this example after the conclusion of the training, because we are a little bit late. Okay, so I stop here for the impact.
On that. Since you are on that slide, before asking the floor for any further questions, how can you integrate here the scale and the significance? I mean, the scale.
Sorry, I lost the connection.
How can you integrate in this table, in this example, any ideas, the scale and the significance, this quantification that is needed? On scale, how many are going to benefit, and significance, how much they are going to benefit. Do you suggest to add 2 more columns? Do you suggest to have them as brackets within the outcomes and within the impacts? Because you have to do that, as you said, in the application form.
Yeah, as you can see, there are some indicators, some numbers in the table. So, for instance, 6 different tools, channels for dissemination. But I want to say that it is not a table for the strictly for the summary one, because it's not this. Okay, this has to follow this layout of the set by the European Commission. Okay, this has to be filling out in this way. So strictly following the request of the European Commission. This is another kind of graph that usually the proposal put in the first sub section of the impact as a sort of introduction of the impact section. But all the specificity have to be put there in this one, in the summary.
The summary doesn't include the scale and the significance?
This one?
The summary normally doesn't ask for the scale and the significance, so we have to include it in the main impact section.
Ah, yeah, okay. I didn't understand your point. Okay,
so,
yes.
The question, sorry. The question is,
I'm a little bit tired.
any ideas on how to integrate the scale and the significance, because these are important for the outcomes and the impact. So you suggest, in addition to this table, to have some extra columns to add them with.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Okay, I see. All right. And do you agree that when we talk about scale, that means how many are going to benefit? And when we talk about significance, is how much each of those target groups is going to benefit?
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Thank you for this. Any other questions that you would like to raise for the impact section? Yeah, are you sure? Okay, so thanks, Flavia. Let's go to the next one and the last one, the implementation.
Okay. To me, to my perception, is the easier part. But I know that for some researchers, since it's not about research, in some way, it can be difficult to proper address this final section. But let's see what this section is. It is related to the specific work plan and resources you plan to allocate to your project, and it can have about 14 pages, including the tables. you are asked to provide the following information. First of all, the brief presentation of the overall structure of the work plan, the timing of the different work packages and their components. You can use, for instance, a Gantt chart, the graphical presentation of the different components of your project, showing how they interrelate among them with, for instance, a PERT chart. And you have to include a detailed work description. For instance, a list, including a list of work packages, a description of each work package, and the list of deliverables and milestones. For the work plan timing, you can use a Gantt chart, a really simple one based on a simple Excel sheet indicating the different work packages in one column, the years on the top, and the different months where you will indicate in general the milestone and the deliverable in order to plan your work efficiently. Otherwise, you can use specific and more complex management tools like this one, but it depends on the way the coordinator in general prefer to manage to work. You should also include a PERT diagram, as already said, in order to show the links between the different parts of the work packages, because each work package is not a standalone activity, but is related to other ones. So you have to show that you know the link, the interrelations among your work packages. You have to include into the implementation section a detailed description of work packages. In Horizon Europe, as you know, we have only 45 pages, so in total. So we have to be concise in describing the work packages, because in the past, in Horizon 2020, we have seen very long work packages. Now it's not the case. It's not the right approach. Now the European Commission wants to see concise work packages, maximum 3 pages, but 2 are also fine. Short bullet points in line with the objectives in part 1. For the description of the work, a detailed description of tasks with task leader, the indicated task leaders that will achieve the objective. And as for the deliverables, the results of the task, optimal 1 deliverable per task, 1-2 deliverables per task maximum, because the European Commission approach is now to have not so many deliverables in one project, because there are a lot of documents that they have to evaluate in the review process. And many deliverables are not so useful, honestly, no, in the project preparation, in the project implementation. The deliverable is the document that serves as show the results that the project are achieving, the concrete result, meaningful in terms of the project overall objectives, is made as a report, a document, or a technical diagram, a software, a website, etc. Every deliverable has to be delivered on time, and the coordinator in general monitor the deliverable submissions. One of the tips I want to share with you, to have maximum 5-7 deliverables per work package. Good example, for instance, these titles are not related to cluster 6, but in general, the titles are always the report on, etc., etc., etc., or project procedures for something, etc. Section 3.1, work plan and resources. This section contains a list of milestones that are some crucial parts of your project, moments in which you will achieve important objectives, let's say. A list of critical risks, because the European Commission wants to say that you are aware of the risk you can encounter and the risk mitigation measures you are foreseeing. A table showing number of personnel required. A table showing a description and justification of subcontracting, if any. A table showing also a justification for purchase cost for participants where those costs exceed the 15% of the personal cost. And there are also the table for the other cost categories. The milestones, as already said, are the important periods or interim goals, are a sort of control points in project, help to chart progresses. Okay, we can go on. As for the risk management, you have to identify the possible risk with also the level of the occurrence of this risk and the contingency plan. So the way you will cope with the risk if it will come. 3.2 is about the capacity of participants and consortium as a whole, 3 pages. You can describe the consortium, the interdisciplinary knowledge within the consortium, show how the partners will eventually have access to critical infrastructure, describe how the members complement one another. It's really important. You can show that each partner has a valid role and adequate resources within the project, and if applicable, you can describe the industrial commercial involvement. Okay, you can include this kind of skills matrix in which you can show the skill and the capacity of the partners involved in the proposal. So partners 1 has experience in project management, in communication, in the technology domain 1, and so on and so forth, to show graphically the skills that compose your project. And you have to answer to yourself as coordinator in general, different kind of question in general when you are closing your consortium and your consortium composition. First of all, describe into the section how the consortium as a whole will achieve the project aims, describe why these partners are really necessary, if the partners' special skills are relevant to the project, if there are sufficient complementarity within the project, if the consortium in balance in terms also of geographical balance, how many industry partners we have, describe how the commercial exploitation of result will be ensured, but it's already described in impact session. And furthermore, the most important things, the most important criteria that you have to apply when you choose your consortium are excellent qualifications and experience of your partners in their field of research. So just like the project itself, the consortium needs to demonstrate its European dimension. The individual partners need to have clearly defined roles and tasks within the project, and each partner needs to be essential for the project and for the project results. This is the ethics issue table. We have a question previously on the ethics issue table. You have to answer to about 10 questions. If yes, for any question, ethics self-assessment will be to be completed in part A. I don't go honestly too in details for this section because it's a really complex one, and we have just finished our time, but very generally you have to explain about how you will deal with your ethics issues in the proposal. You have to provide appropriate documents as evidence of which you have stated. Finally, to conclude, I want to give you some insight from the evaluator perspective to conclude our time together today. For what regards the excellence, the evaluator says you have to define the objectives clearly. Be ambitious, but stay realistic. Choose appropriate methodology. Choose relevant partners and really reliable coordinator because it's the basis of your work. Put effort on describing the state of the art and proof of concept. Create links with previous networks and projects. Don't rush. Poorly prepared proposal ruins even the most excellent plans. This is the reason why at the beginning of my presentation, I said to you, work early in advance, so 5-6 months before the call deadline. Don't repeat something what is already done, so study the state of the art. Don't forget to include partners from different regions to have a geographical balance. Don't forget to show the credibility of your consortium. Don't hesitate to provide detailed description about your methodology and the technical solutions. As about the impact, when you are planning, be concrete and precise. Don't lose time in too many words. Don't list a relevant and a real impacts. You have to be concrete. You have also to quantify as much as possible. The European Commission wants to see data. Don't try to be very optimistic as it may cause the lack of credibility. You can use financial figures and develop a business plan. You can elaborate convincing commercialization plan. So don't use a weak or general analysis on the market and competition because, again, the European Commission wants to see your commitment for the future of your results. Details and quantification are very useful, so you can use tables. Don't copy and paste from other proposals. Well-timed tasks and activities with well-balanced allocation to partners are really appreciated. Don't take beneficiaries partners who are joyriders with no significant role. So again, each partners should demonstrate the essential of its presence within the project. And last but not least, since I'm a national contact point, consult your national contact point in order to ask the support. So I finished. If you have, not only today, but in general, some question, you can reach me whenever you want. I will leave you my slide and also my email.
Thank you, Flavia, for that. Before closing, any questions from your side? Something that you would like to raise? If I may say just 2 remarks. One, if you can go, Flavia, to the milestones and then to the risk, but first to the milestone slide. I have to admit that everything that you said to us here is very, very valuable, and I'm sure that when we will have the slides and go through them, we will have very good guidance on that. One thing that this is a mistake on behalf of the European Commission is regarding the milestones, because it gives some misleading examples. It says here, this is from the template from application, you need to be careful on that. A laboratory prototype that is up and running, what does that mean? Is it misleading or not?
Yeah.
Or, exactly, one point is that, or the other one is it is up and running, but not as we expect to run, but it is up and running. If it's supposed to be a prediction model and it runs with just 5% prediction and we expect to have as an indicator, success indicator, 20 or 25% prediction, then it is up and running, but the milestone has not been achieved. So what you need is, says here, decision points, turning points, as Flavia says. So you need to give some clear quantification on that. All right, so don't, because this is a misleading example from the European Commission.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, and then just one tip regarding the risk table, the next slide, and then we finish, we give the floor.
This one?
Okay, okay. And yes, this one, thank you. This one tip that I would like to give you, because this is a very nice slide, I like this a lot, is to give risks per work package, to group them, and also assign the responsibility of each work package leader to provide risks for their own work package. These are the most accountable, the most responsible entities that can give risks. If there is just the coordinator or one person that writes the proposal and attempts to go through and give their own risks, it doesn't work. You need to ask the work package leaders. They have a critical role in the proposal to come out with clear suggestions regarding their own risks in their own work package. Okay, so these were my remarks. Anything else that you would like to raise? Yes? Okay, so we're looking forward for the hands-on practice tomorrow. We need to give an applause to Flavia. Thank you, Flavia, for the great effort.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was really, really nice. Even if you were remotely in Rome, we were sensing the vibes, and we had the sense sometimes that you were next to us. So tomorrow we are going to have the hands-on practice. Flavia is not going to be here, but she shared the contact details with you. So any questions that you would like to share with her, please don't hesitate. Of course, we have also our national contact points here that you can ask them questions. Tomorrow we will apply what we did today in practice, as well as I'm going to give you an outline of some steps that you need to follow, either as a coordinator or as a partner. Okay, so we close today's session. Keep up the good work. Have a rest and see you tomorrow. All right, take care. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.